Well, hello again for day 2 of this hearing associated with Blue Haven, the Hamlin Commissions. In terms of Tarakia, there is everyone away there, but you or maybe Namata?
Nei rā tui te katoa. Amihi nui o te tauhou Māori, wā o Puanga. O tātou hui, I tēnei rā, tērā Puanga kahui. Mai hara mai. I te ata kapua te ata. I te mani. Tino aotea, tui. Te tangi mai o te kore mako. Te ata tū, tātata. Koe rā ero mō pakiria, tiro mai tutu. Tina. This is a karakia around Puanga, has been Puanga, which I guess signifies the Māori New Year for us. Just talks about the rising of the stars and yeah, all of the fruits for us. Anyway,
Right, just a couple of things to get started with. We did receive a note about this, the fact that we haven't seen here, and we don't want to underclub in terms of time for having a good discussion with the Blue Haven team. And with my bag packed and ready to go, probably wanted to get away a bit earlier, we've made the decision overnight that we will vacate the Hamlin matters for today, and we will we're probably going to issue just signaling to the parties around both Grove Haven and the Hamlin site. So these are the two areas that haven't had comprehensive traffic assessments that are seeking mixed use zoning, and I know Alan and Kath, I can see you online there. There's been some ongoing discussion about how those matters might be able to be dealt with, and I think we'll probably almost certainly be issuing a minute just seeking some clarification or where the parties are up to before we do actually reconvene that hearing. And there's a number of opportunities for us to hear you through July and August on those specific matters. And even the sweep up hearing late August, we might put this in the start. So that's the plan. Just on that matter, I see Ali's not online. Sarah's here. Just seeing whether there's any reaction from Alan or Kath online or Sarah to that suggestion that we do ask for a position statement from the parties as part of their, I suppose it's informal conferencing on the matter. So maybe Kath, you could kick off.
Kia ora, everybody. Thank you, Sue. We got the note from Julie yesterday evening, and we did see that there was a request for a statement from parties, and I'm sure between us we can manage to achieve that for you.
Okay. Do you think we need to actually do a formal minute about that, or is it something that you can work with Ali and the others on, Kath?
I think the email from Julie is sufficient, certainly from my perspective. I haven't spoken with the other parties, Ali or Jeremy, about it at this stage, so perhaps their opinions could be sought too.
Yes, and I think what we'll be looking at is liaison certainly as well on behalf of England, because we see that as a bit of a package deal, I suppose, in terms of our decision making.
Hamish did attend the last meeting which Jeremy organised, so he was present at that.
I had correspondence with Ellie last week, you know, and we understood what the instructions were, so we don't see them need for that. And Ellie was going to reach out. And so
thank you. That's great. I really feel that this was extra thinking and time taken at this stage of the process, while we've still got a bit of time before we have to make our recommendations. Thank you, everyone involved in that. The other thing I need to note is you'll see that Lauren's not here today, and looks like Tim's skipped up there. But no, seriously, Lauren's got a sick kitty with COVID at home, and we've discussed the fact that it's much for her to be zooming in. So welcome, Lauren, and thanks for just keeping involved with us while you've got a sick kitty at home. So
oh, no problem at all. I'll try and keep the background noise down.
Okay.
Coughing child.
All right.
Thanks, sir.
Yes. So proceedings for today is we'll start with Mako, and I think I did see Skipper.
Yeah, she's online. So Amata is otherwise known as Kirsty.
Kirsty.
I assume she's Kirsty's iPhone.
Ah, Kirsty's iPhone. All right, that's great. So we'll hear your evidence.
Yeah.
And the reason we do this is understand again the unwell folks been in your house too, Sarah. So thank you for putting together that evidence, and overnight I'm sure go first and give us your views, and then thank you.
Tēnā anō, kia ora koutou koela, he poutai au ki te kotei tango. Yes, thank you for accepting my offer, allowing me to speak. Yeah, I think I was just reflecting overnight on some of the presentations yesterday as well. So this is actually the 20th time I've appeared before the panel over an entire year. So bring on 3 more hearings. So obviously Ngamata is online as well, and so Ngāti Tāwhiri could have appeared about. So Ngāti Tāwhiri could have appeared 8 times. Great opportunity, and thank you again. Yeah, I did listen into some of the kōrero yesterday, but back in the office 3 weeks. So I guess my evidence was quite straightforward. Yeah, recommended a change to the activity status to non-compliant. Yeah, the netball area and the area with the maximum number of rooms has been exceeded. The second part of my evidence, I guess, is that concern around how Ngāti Tāwhiri are engaged to inform the development at the Bluehaven site as well, acknowledging that there are the rules proposed both in Matt and in Jeremy's evidence for the engagement of Tāwhiri kura to inform the design. I guess just also reflecting on that there's been a lot of, a large amount of evidence prepared by all of the tangata whenua submitters and presented around that desire, I guess, to be, you know, or the desire of tangata whenua to have our identity restored, revitalised, back on our ancestral landscape. Just wanted to expand on a point, I guess, that I've made around the engagement of tangata whenua and the rezoning matters. So a large amount of evidence has also been prepared and presented about that as well. I guess reflecting on particularly the discussions that we've had around the Fuzz chapter and Fuzz P7 and how tangata whenua are engaged. The expert advice of tangata whenua are engaged to inform those rezoning matters as well. I think it sets that clear scene for that. So I can't remember, I flipped through some of the evidence last night and I can't quite remember whose evidence it was, but there was mention of Te Atiawa being engaged and perhaps it was in Blue Haven. Just to let you know, I guess, is that Tāwhiri kura have been leading the engagement in the space. I haven't participated in that. And then I guess the last thing that I covered in my evidence was the consequential changes, I guess, just highlighting that there would be that the commercial zone was adopted as per Matt's recommendation, that the impact it would have on the rules of the SASM chapter in particular, also the historic heritage chapter with referencing to the commercial and mixed use zone. So I think we've presented, or you've heard definitely from a number of the tangata whenua submitters about the difference in those, or the rules that have been proposed, the rules approach for different rules for different, particularly in regard to SASM and historic heritage, the different rules in different zones. And just the last thing I wanted to mention was I've just reflected overnight of potentially how both the commercial zone provisions could apply and also Jeremy's recommendations about the sub-regional zone. So obviously I haven't covered it in my evidence, but I think there's an opportunity to just refine some of the wording, particularly in the policy relating to tangata whenua, the engagement of tangata whenua, I guess for the commercial zone in particular, because it's a zone that could potentially be applied throughout the little here throughout the district. So making sure that it's high level and broad enough. You'll note through the remainder of the plan that tangata whenua has been used rather than specifically mentioning the specific mention of hapu or iwi that have mana whenua in those areas. There's mention in some of the overviews, say in particular the port zone, which obviously Ngāti Te Piti mana whenua, airport, Puketapu, hospital, Ngāti Te Piti as well. So just making sure that there's that consistency. Yeah, so that was really just a brief overview of my evidence. So, I don't know if you want to. So Ngāmata also has a brief, which I've just proceed. So I'm happy to take any questions, or if you want to hear from.
Let's hear from Fergus. You'll
Bring it down.
bring it up on the screen. So, Ngāmata, can you hear me okay? Kirsty,
I totally misplaced my phone, so I can't even.
Kirsty, can you hear me okay? And
Sorry, yes, I can.
yeah, there you go.
Apologies. Yeah, I
Yes,
can hear you, though you do fade in and out, and I use hearing aids, so just to let you know that.
okay. I think Mr. Brown's reminding me too. I should speak up and be very clear.
Yes.
Welcome, welcome, Namata. What we're going to do is that we've just received your statement. So I'm going to ask Christine just to bring that up on the screen. And do you have that in front of you? Yeah.
Yes.
And so just work us through that statement, and we can follow it up online here. Thank you.
Sounds good.
So you go ahead.
So you'd like me to read it through?
I think so. Yes.
Okay. Ka poira. Nā mihi kia koutou, kia tātou, nā rangatira mā, tēnā koutou. Thank you for this opportunity, and congratulations, we've got day 2. So my statement, ko tāna ki te maunga, ko toko maru te waka, waiwa kaiho te awa, ka tere ki te moana te marae. He uri ahau nā te tāwhiri kura, whenua kura hapu o te atiawa. Ko nā mata Skipper, tāku ingoa. My full name is Kirsty Rochelle Denise Skipper. I'm also known as Nāmata, and I am currently the chairperson of Ngāti Tāwhiri Kura Hapu Charitable Trust. In context to this submission around rezoning, I'd like to acknowledge the support of Te Atiawa in the work that they do to advocate on behalf of the silent voice of hapu and iwi around our motu. So Ngāti Tāwhiri Kura has been actively working with landowners and developers at the Blue Haven site since 2018. Initially, this was with Ravensdown as they worked to develop their new facility and dispose of the Blue Haven site. And through that process, Aotearoa Pā was returned to Tāwhiri Kura in fee simple title by Ravensdown. But subsequent to this, our engagement with Blue Haven commenced to consider the impact of their proposal to remediate and then develop the site for commercial use within the context of the resource consent process. Through that engagement, the reshaping of Aotearoa Pā and discussions regarding an additional pou in locations shown in the precinct plan were agreed, as was the need for Aotearoa to retain visual prominence in the landscaping, which resulted in ensuring there was a view shaft. Blue Haven and Ngāti Tāwhiri Kura consolidated these aspirations with the MOU signed in 2019. There were a number of other outcomes that were discussed through that process around the potential for employment for Tāwhiri Kura people at the new commercial centre and the like, and discussions regarding Blue Haven support in terms of land development matters, including the master planning exercise of our marae at Kātere, all form part of that conversation. And some have yet to be completed, but some of these form the basis of an MOU. The removal of the formal Ravensdown factory and the associated infrastructure across the site, the soil remediation and the negative impacts that would happen on the Mangione were all factors in our aspirations and our consideration. Ngāti Tāwhiri Kura has always maintained that urban design approaches and treatments at the site must reference us and realise the opportunity for us to be visible in our own landscape. This is a sentiment that Rangi Kipper has expressed at a number of hearings to this panel, and our position with respect to Blue Haven site is no different. To be clear though, the support of Tāwhiri Kura for the Blue Haven proposal has always been conditional, with the expectations of reciprocal relationship being enjoyed by all parties as the area changes over time. We have concerns about the impact heavy polluting industry has had on our environment, on our people and on our rohe. And this this extends beyond this site. It's also important to understand that Tāwhiri Kura are not static. Our expectations and aspirations have evolved since MOU. that was entered into, and we'll continue to do so as we reassert ourselves in our traditional rohe. This is particularly so with respect to urban design and build outcomes. The provisions, I've not followed the development of the provisions through to today. However, I understand from the evidence of Ms. Muckle that a number of the outcomes described above are provided in the zone and some are not. The proposed rules provide a clear trigger for Tāwhiri Kura to inform any resource consent process for building activities and design outcomes. These rules will ensure that Ngāti Tāwhiri Kura engage on an ongoing basis as the proposed zone changes over time. And I understand a similar approach is proposed in the provisions proposed by Blue Haven. The advocate that the zone provisions must be broad to ensure the relationship of Tāwhiri Kura with our ancestral lands and cultural landscape and the aspirations and values of our whānau and hapa are recognised and provided for in an ongoing manner to enable the full effect of an MOU. So in summary, Tāwhiri Kura remains committed to a productive relationship with Brewhaven through the implementation of the consent and beyond to realise positive reciprocal outcomes for both parties and within our takiwā. As set out in the evidence to the panel to date, our expectations from this district plan are provisions which support the re-establishment of Tāwhiri Kura in our landscape, both from a taiao restorative perspective and inbuilt forms. Our expectations for the zone are no different. And finally, recommendations that Tāwhiri Kura support a zone over the Blue Haven site which enables the consented development to be undertaken in a way which recognises and provides for the enduring relationship of Tāwhiri Kura with our ancestral lands and the cultural landscape now and into the future.
Thank you, Martha. I think we'll start with some questions for you, and then we'll revert back to Sarah at the end.
Ka pai.
So I have two questions, and thank you very much for both attending and providing us with your expert cultural evidence for this hearing. It's much appreciated. My two questions, the first one relates to where you're up to with your Kātere Pā master planning. Some of the commissions, including me, had a visit there in late January, and there was quite a lot of very visionary and pretty exciting prospects ahead for your hapu. So I was really just interested in where things are up to with your Kātere Pā development.
With the Kātere Pā. So we have been fortunate to enter an agreement and purchase that land that we had aspirations for Papakainga on, and so the support around trying to envisage what that might mean is in its development stage. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to install a community, but certainly one of the support mechanisms that Blue Haven did was around giving us the use of a architect to actually try and envisage what some of that might mean. So we're still in our infancy stage. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure to enable housing in Papakainga, but you know we're pretty clear. Get a bunch of us living together, you have to figure out how to do that well, and how that might influence the landscape that's around us.
Great, thank you for that answer. My second question is around your paragraph 9 in your statement, Martha.
Yes.
And it's about the issue of being in and around what you call the impacts of heavy polluting industry. The history has been Ravensdown has been in that area in the middle of your rohi for a long time. And we've observed on a site visit that most of the vestiges of that industry have now been removed and remediated. Looking into the future, are you concerned with the proposed industrial zoning, or what's your position on the proposed industrial zoning and the plan as opposed to, say, the commercial zoning that has been put forward for us around the essence of the Blue Haven resource consent.
I am concerned around an industrial zone. I mean, Aotearoa has all the industrial infrastructure in it. So we have the dump site, we had that, you know, the fertilizer works, we have the sewage treatment plant. So the infrastructure, you know, within Aotearoa and the physical presence of it is still really real. So whilst we might be talking aspirational around changing this, we're talking about an intergenerational change. And I suppose we're in a little bit of a twilight zone, really. We're the nation's coming of age, and also with that comes a bit more common sense around what, you know, how do we change the environment to suit the needs moving forward. So we are in a gateway. I think it doesn't take much for a fallover in a business proposal in today's financial state, post-COVID and the rest. And it wouldn't take much for someone else to come in with some other industrial opportunity because of the way that the infrastructure is within that placing. So I do not want to, you know, we do not want to see a zoning there that leads any gateway for anyone
We've
to.
lost your audio.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Yes? No?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Can anyone else hear me?
I can hear you.
Tim can hear you, but we can't in the room.
The headphones are still on.
Oh, here you are. You're back.
Yep. Maybe it's the Wi-Fi. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was on a bit of a rant then. We want to minimise the opportunity for any industrial activity to happen within the gateway to New Plymouth, and it doesn't take much to actually flip something that. You know, it doesn't take much to flip something and have it coming back looking really ugly and not actually having any provisions to stop that. We envisage a commercial entity there or space that's vibrant and dynamic, that showcases the opportunities of New Plymouth, but also reflects and showcases the cultural history of our people within that space. So, and to me, there's no safeguards around industrial. We've got it creeping all over the place. We've got massive, you know, we've still got remnants of you know, car wreckers and the rest of it all over the place. At the end of the day, a commercial venture needs to have the safeguards of commercial parameters around it.
Thank you for that answer. I do have one other question. The Mangoni stream, that's obviously a key awa, key waterway for your hapu.
Yes.
And we observed on a site visit the fact that there was a lot of in-stream, in-line infrastructure, big pipes, radiant baskets, those sorts of things. What in your mind, what is your vision for that Mangoni stream corridor into the future?
For the Mangoni, so having that entrance, I mean, it was a pull trick that if you developed an entrance on the Kartiri Road side, then you place the stream in prominence because it is treated as an access way. And with that comes the expectations of the community that it's looking sprightly and it's looking good. It's not looking like a weedy stream. It's looking like something worth sitting around. I think the other part is thinking ahead 20 years is that in reality, the community is moving. We believe the centre of New Plymouth will be Fitzroy and Bell Block. That's where all the new housing's going. There's only one way, and that's out, up Smart Road and the rest. And so part of our thinking with Blue Haven has been to try and preempt where some cycle zones might be, where foot traffic will be, where the pedestrian access will be. And with that comes the wanting to enjoy the natural environment there. So the Mangone is not only a food source and a recreational source, and we may not play a lot up the top end of Kartiri Road, but we certainly do further down before it hits the Waiwakaiho. But our expectation is that zone, the Mangone stream, will be a pivotal part in terms of a recreational area for people of Bell Block and Fitzroy and the school kids. It's a safe space, and we've enjoyed being able to work with Blue Haven and DOC and TRC to actually go, what could this be and how could we mitigate the safety of fish passage, but also have the opportunity to beautify it. So that in itself was one of the requirements for the fertiliser for Ravensdown on their new site, that they must also plant around their site and encourage the revitalisation of the stream from their way. So they've done that, and if you have the opportunity to drive there, you can see a whole lot more natives that have been planted on both sides of the stream. I expect that Kartiri Road will significantly change itself over the next 20 years as well, as commercial and industrial zones get pushed out of that area, because it's seen as a place of destination and a recreational and somewhere that people actually want to live. Yeah, it really doesn't. Industrial doesn't have a place in that space, I don't believe, anymore.
Thank you for that. Kit, just handing over to you.
Yeah, tēnā koe, thank you very much for those answers. We have a proposal in front of us, Kirsty, to turn the other industrial zoned parcels of land that are on the city side of the Mangaone stream to a zone other than industrial. I think mixed use is the proposition. Do the comments you've made about the industrial zoning not having a place for the Blue Haven site into the future apply equally to those other parcels of land that stretch to the north along the main road?
It's stretched north along the main road, so it's
Yeah.
on the other side by Shell and the rest of them.
No, the other way. Heading out of town.
Oh, sorry.
There's the courier, the big courier building on the corner there of
yes.
Kartiri, and then you've got the Palmer's, I think, the Turner's car auction, and then as you head on the way out of town there, that's all industrial at the moment. But there is a recommendation to us that at least some of that go to a non-industrial zone. So, do you have a view on that?
A personal view, yes.
Yes.
I would welcome it. I think it gives greater scope for better integration of a mixed setting. Really, it has a limited space as such because the main highway is right there. So it's probably not the best place to have townhouses and the rest of it, but the fact that you can integrate other commercial ventures in a different way in that space would be welcome.
Okay. Thanks for that. I too want to go back to paragraphs 9 and 10 of your evidence and just get a sense of the MOU that Tawhiri Kura has in place with Blue Haven. Mm-hmm. And I guess my starting point for the questioning about this is that the resource consent that Blue Haven has was obviously very limited in terms of the conditioning around cultural engagement. Presumably because the matters for which consent was needed when it was sought were quite limited. So as I see it, the only major engagement process enshrined in the consent was in respect of stage 1, where works were being undertaken in the vicinity of the PAR area. There's very little else in the consent that obliges or encourages ongoing engagement with Tawhiri Kura. So I guess my question is, are you confident with the relationship you've got with Blue Haven, that you don't need those sorts of provisions to ensure your ongoing input and engagement with them?
As much as I respect the work that we've done together. Certainly, I think I was taught a long time ago, a memorandum of understanding is not a contract.
Mm-hmm.
It's a relationship agreement, and that bases how you will work with each other. So whilst we've got a number of outcomes placed in it, I think as we've evolved as well, and we've seen the opportunities and the our bubbles expanded, really, that we would like to have additional commitments, really, to continue the relationship development. And we're not static. Our thinking's evolved over time, and some of the aspirations have been met, or some of the commitments have been met in the MOU. Some of them haven't, and they may not be because some of that stuff might not happen anymore. Like we did talk about a PO, but that might not be what the outcome is moving forward. We don't really know. We haven't had the discussion. And I appreciate our relationship with Blue Haven. They've entered into this as a big step forward with us, and I have confidence that this will continue, of course. But like any part, it's my responsibility to hapu. I want to make sure that we have all the hooks in that enables us to have that discussion. If you don't get it, well then we're left floating, and we've had we've had experiences on these countless experiences for there. So we've got a bit smarter. We haven't had the opportunity to discuss moving forward because of COVID. We haven't been able to meet, all that sort of stuff. And so we haven't had the opportunity, but like any other process through a formal consent part, I would be asking for all the opportunities to enable hapu to continue to have their voice moving forward.
And I take it that's why you support some of the provisions that have been put forward for the various commercial alternatives for the site that do, in the context of in the context of the erection of structures and alteration of structures, and variety of other things, much more engagement and discussion with Ngāti Tawhiri Kura. That's why you support those, because to some extent they write them into law, don't they?
Well, yeah, and we've had some very good examples in the last 2 years of where something amazing's happened, where previously that wasn't on the cards. That it's a done deal. We've got this. We build it, and off we go. And we've seen the difference of co-design and having a variety of ideas put forward to make it the best thing at the first go. So we don't want to lose that opportunity, and it is something new to other entities. They may not have experienced, they might have seen it on the side, but we want to make sure that our aspirations are met to the best of the ability, without stepping past our relationship. But we haven't had a chance to discuss that, but I'm seeking that we actually do have those triggers within the process moving forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think Blue Haven probably share the sentiment about how things change over time, because to some extent that's the reason why we're having such a big debate about what the that the machinery within this zone ought to be for them. It's to enable them to adapt and expand as well as, put in very simple terms. So it is an opportunity to set in place within a plan that has a longer horizon than the resource consent potentially. That I guess some scaffolding for that for our future relationship to endure.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I agree. Thank you. And I think we have the opportunity to test something different in this process. We have every confidence that things will come out amazing, but we want to have a discussion based on a different framework than what's currently proposed, really.
Yep.
And those set of rules, and without that put to bed, I suppose, in some respects, you can't free think. You've always got this past set of restraints, or the unlimited opportunity that an industrial zone might do. Actually, it could work for your benefit or it could work against you.
Yep.
And so we're sort of looking for that space in between, that actually going, no, we've got this new vision, we've got these new set of structure around, new framework, let's work in this, knowing that we're creating something that has another 50-year lifespan.
Ka pai.
Yeah.
No, very good. Thank you, Namata. No further questions.
Thank you very much, Namata. Kirsty, really appreciate your advice to us. Just turning to Sarah, do you want to continue with the questioning, please? Yeah,
absolutely. I don't have too much for you, Sarah, and I do want to acknowledge your 20 appearances. I think that's a bit of a milestone. Hopefully, Christine or Julie, whoever's there today, can give you a little muffin with a candle on it, like like they gave me. Just a couple of questions. The first one really is around your comments in paragraph 11, where you talk about the resultant zone will result in impacts both positive and negative across the district. And I'm just wondering if you could potentially sketch out for us what you think the positive and or the negative benefits might be of a change in zone for this property to what is aspired by Blue Haven, and then what you rely on for that assessment for us.
I guess in making that comment, I've relied on Matt's section 22A as well, and his reliance on Tim's evidence as well. I guess the negative that there is the potential effects on the city centre zone, and obviously I've set out in my evidence and the previous evidence as well to hearing 16, I guess the involvement that I've had in the city centre strategy development as well. So yeah, I guess that there is the potential negative impact on the city centre zone.
Okay.
The positives, I guess, and you've just heard from Namata as well, that it's a te pito o te ao, so the centre of the earth for Tāwherikura, so there's an opportunity to really restore that identity of Tāwherikura in that zone, and the potential, the vibrancy that of Tāwherikura being reflected in that environment that could bring, I guess, reflecting as well on the conversations had yesterday, particularly with Michael around the centre's discussion, and that then being a network. I see them as being as having different offerings and providing that different integration. So yeah, I guess that the different offering is also a positive for us here in Ngāmatu as well.
Okay, sorry, you were looking down pensively. I thought you might be going to tell me something else, but that's good. Paragraph 24, you've got a comment, your last sentence there, which I've written explain in the margin. You say that statements made through this process to date that affirm mana whenua are satisfied with the opportunities for applied cultural expression within the area and zone are overstated in your view. Can you just explain what you mean by that?
Just reflecting on Ngamata's kōrero this morning as well, that, you know, that Tāwhiri Kura are happy with the MOU and the outcomes that are sought through the MOU. And that Tāwhiri Kura aren't static, and I guess that's probably something that I've reiterated through all the previous 19 hearings. That, yeah, that as tangata whenua continue to evolve, that those opportunities for applied cultural expression can't rely on the hard wiring of the consent condition or the MOU. Yeah, making sure that those objectives and policies are broad enough to allow for that evolution of the identity of Tāwhiri Kura, particularly, I think, it's applying to the blue head.
Okay. Okay. I think that was it. Actually, Sarah, I note your advice right at the end, which is that you consider that activity status should drop to non-complying if certain of the rules are not met. So that's sort of consistent with the opinion of Mr. Campbell. So I understand that, and that's certainly a matter that's live in terms of what's the best outcome here. The most appropriate, I think, is our target. So apart from just acknowledging that, I didn't have any other questions on your evidence. It was very helpful though, so thank you very much.
There are just two questions from me. Again, around 15 paragraph 24 about the opportunity for applied cultural expression. You're working with the NPCC and Campbell, particularly around the urban design guides, and there's a discussion in front of us about whether those design guides should be referenced in either as be considered or just recognised as something more than that. We're still waiting for that output that you're working on to decide whether they should be in or out of that stuff. But do you think they should be referenced positively in the commercial special purpose zone?
I think that comes back to my presentation, that for the design guides, there's probably two parts to it. The first part is that tangata whenua hadn't been to inform those designers. Guessing the conversation that we're going to have next week with Campbell. And then the second part, I guess, is I think the content of the design guides is really good. And that, as we discussed during 17A, that 15B, that I think there are benefit in them being referred to. When I did just quickly look at Jeremy's evidence, and there's an advice note around the design guide being referred to. I guess my concern there is that I wouldn't want the design guides to replace that, to be given so much weight that they replace the advice of Ngāti Tāwhiri Kura, and that if Ngāti Tāwhiri Kura are going to have such an influence in what the Blue Haven. So I think, yeah, as mentioned at that hearing, I think there's lots of good stuff in those design guides, but also reflecting on language evidence to that hearing as well, is that it's that tangata whenua context has to be provided, and potentially that might not be able to come through the design.
We'll have to wait and see how they come back and that's a decision. This particular case about where the design guides fit.
And potentially, that there's obviously a cultural design that's tied into the proposed provisions, and potentially that replaces the need to have a design guide. That is the design guide for the Blue Haven. And because obviously we don't know what that cultural design is.
You mentioned, I wrote it down, that you felt that you would like an opportunity for some refinement. By Matt and Jeremy. Part of that, I think you mentioned that you wanted to have a think more thought about the policy position. CZP4 is looking, just choosing that as an example. Quite a direct policy as I read it. Is there anything in there that you think in your experience and expertise you'd want to do to it?
So that made that comment, I guess, reflecting on a conversation that I had with Commissioner Littlejohn around some of the policies I've proposed through the residential zone, and how almost the policies were almost more detailed than the assessment criteria was. How and those rules in the residential zones, how they're restricted discretionary, and how would we actually consider those obs and poles, I guess. So that comment has come out of does it need to be that specificity in the policy, and can it remain broad? I mean, all of those things that are recommended, I guess, the provision of connections adjoining the Mangone stream, those connections between Kātere Marae and Aotere Pā, and those po to be established. I don't want to, I'd hate for it to limit Tāwhiri Kura so much that that reflection of the cultural narratives and identity of Ngāti Tāwhiri Kura becomes almost token in that area. There's not that integration of that relationship that Tāwhiri Kura have with that area. So I just, wondered if there was, I mean, thinking about as well the fuzz P7 policy, and it's quite, just off the top of my head, it talks about those outcomes that could be achieved through the rezoning. So I just wondered if there was an opportunity to have it kind of that particular policy more broad than
you accept that the term including policy does give flexibility for this?
Potentially could only be restricted to that though. To those matters that are in there, there may be something. I mean, just a corridor that Namata and I had last night around, you know, there potentially might be more than one post. So that is that post, a network of posts through the site. So I guess my concern was it being so restrictive.
Yeah. I think I'll certainly be wanting to bring the parties together at the end of the day, talk about next steps. And obvious next step for me is some dialogue. I think be productive based on, yeah, just reflecting on the discussion we're having with the bird. I think you're always up for that. In past processes.
Okay, just one comment just so it's on the record. So there's a mention of Indigenous species as well in the landscape and tree planting. So just last night I saw in the proposed or the recommended tree planting that cherry trees and oaks and foliage were proposed. Just as a I know really.
Some of those, I know that the cherry at our land, our property in Napier, it's full of really, there might fill some different roles. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Sarah. That's all I have. Appreciate you coming in today. And you're on the road to recovery. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, Lauren here. I'm just wondering, Commissioner, oh, thank you. Commissioner Little's just muted himself. Sorry, the noise was cutting in, so we couldn't actually hear a lot of that. Thank you.
Sorry, Lauren, did you say you couldn't hear some of that?
It was just that Commissioner Littlejohn was not on mute, so the paper, his noise was cutting in over the hearing. I think I caught most of it, but just at that break, I can see he's put himself on mute now, so that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, we're pretty, I think that's the reason why you should speak up with this problem, because we're doing our very best, obviously, and I hope my trailing off of my voice has been rectified at the moment anyway. So, Kate, come forward to continue your case, please.
Good morning, Commissioners, and good morning to staff, and to Ms. Wallace, who's online today. Just a couple of housekeeping matters. I just wanted to go over the
sequence of our witnesses to ensure that it reflects what the commissioners want. My suggestion, and I think the timetable reflects that, is to start with Mr. York.
Yes.
And then from that, we're following, as I recall, with Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Yes, and then Mr. Batchelor, and then finalising with Mr. Brophy. Is that still as you prefer the sequence?
It was called to me.
And just another matter, which is a correction that I wish to make, and my memory failed me in my involvement in the Hamilton City Council appeals, that I referred to the case to do with the King site as the supermarket that was opposite the base. That's not correct. There is a supermarket opposite the base that was also involved in those appeals. It actually ended up being a business 4 zoning. That site related to a site that was in Frankton, but my comments around the case and distinguishing it on matters of law and planning remain the same. And I would just note there that the other aspect that is different in this plan is that their industrial zoning actually permits supermarkets and drive-throughs. So the consent hadn't been implemented, but it wasn't inconsistent with the intention to keep it industrial because supermarkets remained in that site, in that zone. So it's not the situation where it's an incongruous consented activity with the underlying zoning. So that it remains RDA, as I recall, in that zoning, rather than proposing for all those types of activities to be non-complying, which is the case in this proposed industrial. So those are just two matters that I wish to clarify. Yeah, again, also my other apologies that I sent through the wrong citation case, and so I've sent through the right one, the Court of Appeal case this morning.
We've caught up with through our
Thank you.
very efficient administration team that have been working harder
Yes.
overnight.
Yes, thank you very much to Christine on all those matters, because we were sort of sitting here last night trying to juggle those things, trying to pull Christine out the door and try to get it through and give her a gap. She seems to be working after hours a lot, so thank you.
I'd just like to stop there and acknowledge those cases that have come through, and if there's any further dialogue you'd like to have on the legal matters that arise before we get into evidence.
I think we could probably spend several hours talking about the cases and what they mean, but I don't think it ultimately is going to assist us to resolve issues. So I think I'd rather get on with the evidence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So if I could start with Mr. York.
Morning, Makoto. It's lovely to be here again. I haven't been here 20 times, thankfully. I don't wish to be, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions through the discussion of evidence. Won't go into the detail of my background in professional learnings, but it's obvious that I have been involved in a number of large-scale centre development work, and also been involved in various planning processes from pre-development to post-development with large-scale centres as well, both in Waikato and Tauranga. In light of the conversations particularly that emerged yesterday, I thought I would start with, and I'm kind of hovering around paragraph 11 in my evidence, explain the extent of work that has been undertaken so far post-consent. So rather than characterise it as earthworks, I think it does require further refining. So I've written a bit of a list, so bear with me. It involves the demolition of buildings, the historical buildings on site. It involves the removal of contaminants, particularly asbestos and sulphur, were the major issues. It was also involved the soil remediation to a commercial standard for the most of the site, whereas the old Te Pā site, which was also fully restored, included clean fill to residential standard. So we also, that was quite a distinction for the old Te Pā site. And it also involved the recycling of crushed concrete for the civil base course in preparation for future building platforms. So not an insurmountable bit of work, and certainly involved earthworks as well. Just to clarify a point, I think was raised by Mr. Bonus, we actually did have a building consent that was issued and acted upon, which was the demolition works. So we actually did have a building consent, which we did undertake. And I suppose the other key point, and no doubt this will derive a few questions, I think it's really important for the panel and council and others to understand, from my perspective, the development process. And it's not just a specific part in relation to the delivery of tenant spaces. So the pre-development work involves land acquisition, consenting, feasibility, master planning work. That's roughly what the pre-work is. Then there's the site works. So that's site clearance, site demo in this case, site preparation, and infrastructure development. I characterise those works as horizontal construction. So we're a long way down the path in terms of our horizontal construction. And then there's the tenant spaces, which is the vertical construction. And then there's the post-development stuff, which is the management structures. So we have embarked quite extensively along that pathway of development work. Do I pause for questions or box on? I think there was quite a discussion around that.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in if you want. I think it'd be helpful. I mean, it would be unfair for me not to interrupt you, Mr. York, given that I interrupt everyone else. I am quite interested in that, as you would have picked up from the discussion I had with your counsel yesterday. We did have a good look around the site, and I got to say it's impressive. And it is a major commitment to turn what you show in your photographs 2 and 3 into 4 and 5. I mean, that's no mean feat. And, you know, I think the whole district owes you a gratitude for cleaning up that big mess. And all I'm saying is that it's an impressive piece of work, and I'm sure it provides a sound foundation for a lot of good things. I mean, I don't think you really need to persuade me that you've given effect to the consent. The council have accepted that. It's not for us to make a determination about that one way or another. So I guess I'm just quite interested in where to from here to some extent. And you categorized it as, I think, horizontal construction and vertical construction. I understand that the horizontal construction with the completion of the site validation report is sort of almost at a close. Is that right?
Certainly the demolition works and the site remediation, yes.
Yeah, okay. In terms of the vertical work, now, I mean, I'm not a commercial property developer, but I have been involved with such entities over the years. A lot of the vertical construction relies on committing anchor tenants and other tenancies to take up space, doesn't it?
Without a doubt.
And I imagine, and I guess the simple question is, how far along are you in that process? Have you gone out to seeking agreements to lease? Have you got any anchor tenants lined up? Those sorts of things.
We've had extensive negotiations with a number of anchor tenants through as we've got closer to the site remediation completion works.
Okay.
So we have extensive negotiations with a number of different parties. Most of them prefer to remain coy until such time that we do have formal arrangements confirmed via heads of agreement or release itself. So I can't specifically disclose, but they are what I would characterise as your typical large format anchor tenants. You would see in a number of other centres of similar contents.
Have you, I mean, you've developed a number of these centres. Are you able to give us any sort of sense of whether what's happened globally over the last couple of years has had an impact on your ability to tenant, I guess, greenfield commercial development like this?
Certainly hasn't made it easier.
Mm.
And it's not just the I'll call it generic market conditions. One of the confronting issues is a lot around the supply chain and labour shortage issues.
Mm.
And the inability to have fixed pricing ultimately places some concern around the ability to attract the right form of rent profile. So it certainly hasn't helped. What I could probably give us a sense of is how long these things take.
Mm.
So to give you an example, in the base, which I think we're all familiar with, or most of us are familiar with, by the time we got rezoning, which was 1997, to the first store that was operational was 2004. That's the extent of the initial operation occurring, of signing up tenants. To give you another example, in the Bay, where we have the Sands Town Centre, and we got the appropriate sub-regional zone around 2006. We've announced recently our first anchor tenant, which will be open in 2024. These have sufficiently long lead times to be able to deliver, but we need that certainty around the appropriate zoning to allow us to do that, and the flexibility to do that more particularly in today's times.
Mm. Well, I guess, I mean, that is really one thing I was going to get to, and I don't know whether now's the time to do it, but why not? I mean, you've got a resource consent. It's been given effect to in terms of Section 125. It's not going to lapse. It's a bundle of rights that enable development regardless of what the plan says. And so I'm just a little bit confused as to why. I guess you're quite focused on getting a rezone when the resource consent on the face of it, gives you the foundation to proceed with confidence to develop the centre. Why is the zoning so important?
I think the very key point that you mentioned in your question is confidence. And, we've spent over 3.5 years trying to get that consent,
Mm-hmm.
Which, was, the fixed base plan at the time, and we didn't think it required that long to get it. And through this PDP process, we've seen some sense of rigidity around what we can and can't do, and the lack of flexibility if things change in our ability to respond to different uses as we develop a centre. And I think you yourself pointed out, particularly, is that planners look through a way to either the path of least resistance or the path of most resistance, depending on which side of the fence you sit on.
Mm.
Now, I've sort of taken some few liberties with your comment yesterday, but in essence, we are trying to have certainty and confidence to be able to respond to the market, and we don't see that being portrayed specifically just through the land use consent itself.
Mm. So you don't have confidence that the land use consent in its current form gives you the ability to develop this in a manner responsive to the market.
Correct.
Would you still implement the resource consent if you didn't get an appropriate zoning, though?
We already have. Already begun that journey.
Mm. Mm. So in that scenario, your ability to adapt and change would effectively be reliant on either a variation or a consent, which would be measured against whatever underlying zoning you had, which I accept is not an efficient way forward for this situation. Mm. I guess I'm just interested in getting a sense of how important the zoning is in the scheme of things. And I think your answer is that it gives you the flexibility to adapt and take a long-term view of the project. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's good for now. I'll let you continue unless the chair's got any other questions at this stage.
Right. Cool. I was drawn to some of the conversations yesterday about sunk costs, giving effect to the consent itself. I just want to touch on a couple of key points. Whilst we've noted in my evidence that we've invested $8.5 million in consenting in the various site works, the total commitment today is in excess of 18 million. You take account of land as well. So my key point I want to raise is that we are not investing significant sums of money, millions and millions of dollars, to ensure the consent doesn't lapse. It is to ensure we prepare ourselves for ongoing future development. Now, call it 10% of the total 200 or thereabouts. No, it's just under 10% of the proposed 200 million. It's just shy of 10%. That is not insignificant when you look at the specific quantum we're talking about. And of that 18 plus million, we've invested that over the last 4 or 5 years. There is no accruing yield or return from that 18 so million, and we are actually adding holding costs as a result. So it's a growing number by doing nothing. Then I kind of reflected on the commentary from Mr. Bonas about the 11.7 million in public investment in the CBD and the need to protect that public investment, which is cool. So no issue with that. But that's circa 1 million a year that hasn't been spent yet. We've spent 18 million and it's growing today. I think there is some contextual understanding around the extent of investment in these large scale centres and what it requires. And it's a long road to hoe. It's not something that should be parked. It's not something to be reconsidered at a later date. We need to reflect on the planning of it now. Because they are long lead times. You can't spin this stuff on a dime. Then I was moving on to probably paragraph 26 is centre definition, which is quite a bit of conversation yesterday. I suppose my ultimate response is based around if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. So when you have the economists that refer to the sub-regional position being fully developed, when you have market bodies such as the Property Council, the International Council of Shopping Centres also refer to the sub-regional zone references, and the fact that it is a centre based on the use, the reach, and the scale, to suggest it's not a centre is just factually wrong, completely wrong. I also want to comment on Mr. Bonas's commentary yesterday, some of the reasons why it shouldn't be given a sub-regional zone status or definition. And the particular points I picked up on was the lack of housing, civic-owned space, and no active reserves. Those are the things I caught in terms of the explanation yesterday. I just want to give a bit of backstory to some of the issues. At the pre-application meetings with council, and they were various, it was clear from council's position at the time, they did not want to see any residential on that site. Also, the remediation to residential standards for the balance of the site, excluding the Altini Park, is very high and cost prohibitive. It's much a higher threshold for residential standards than it is for commercial standards. There are some opportunities where we can go up vertically, and Mr. Batchelor is going to talk about those later. The Altini Park is an active reserve space, and it is to be fully integrated into the site. And that's part of the relationship and the agreement we've had with Ngāti Tāwhiri Kura, was pedestrian linkages, sight lines protected, use of infrastructure and shared space like car parking and access space. All those things integrate into the site. So there is active reserve space. I'll just offer the point that council doesn't have to own land or property to be a part of it. They can lease it. you'll see constant examples, even in home in Tauranga, where Tauranga City Council leased a whole bunch of space, libraries, offices, public realm. It doesn't require the council to own it. So council should come talk to us. They can get past the hierarchy position currently outlined. So, you know, we're open to that conversation. The next area I want to dwell on is the strategic chapter stuff. When I look at UFD 18, it refers to business and retail activities located outside the centres do not undermine the role and function of the district centres and or the hierarchy of centres. There was a lot of discussion yesterday about the primacy of the CBD. The way I interpret it, UFD 18, any commercial zone sits out the hierarchy. When you've got 40,000 square metres of consented space, including the hotels, how can you ignore that not being part of either the network or the hierarchy? When the hierarchy itself has local shops, I would argue some of those very local centres don't even reach the capacity value of $18 million. Yet that rule or objective chooses to have the authority of the hierarchy over our proposed site. This doesn't make any sense to me. It was touched on yesterday, and I certainly agree with the comments that were raised that planning should be forward thinking. It's not a wait and see reactive approach as suggested by Mr. Bonus. If we're going to show some leadership with full planning, we should deal with it now. This stuff is real. Also very surprised that no detailed economic or retail assessment, such as a gravity model, has been able to take in when the strategic chapters were notified. I wish to remind people that our first application for our centre was lodged in 2017. Consent was finally issued in April 2020. The PDP was notified in September 2019. Council were fully aware of the extent and where we were travelling through, where this development was placed. There was no willingness to engage or accept this as a potential for the future city plan. We find that mind blowing. There's certainly enough time to consider it. I believe, and Mr. Thompson can confirm, I believe he accrued 80 hours to prepare his gravity model, which sounds like a couple of weeks' work. So there's no reason why it couldn't have been done. My segue into the economists. Yes, they are varied. One appears to be high level and broad, and one appears to be detailed based on clear modelling. But if you don't and can't rely on the economists in your own mind, what you should rely on is what has actually happened. And to my belief and reality, you need to draw on the experience of Hamilton, which is paragraph 37, 38 of my evidence going forward. Now, Hamilton City was exactly as interpreted by Mr. Heath and Mr. Bonus in decline pre the base development, with lack of investment, declining fiduciary accounts, well before the existence of the base ever occurred. The shape was also a factor, and there was absentee landlords unwilling to reinvest in their product. They were sweating the assets. As demonstrated, once the emergence of the base did occur, what you did see is reinvestment in the CBD occurred, both through public and private investment, particularly through Kiwi Income South, one of New Zealand's largest property entities. You've also seen more recent times the advent and the increase in investment through new office developments. And I've highlighted a few there, but they are significant. You've got Genesis, you've got Waikato Regional Council, New Zealand Blood Service, ACC, AA, Rabobank, Tupapa, and a number of other law firms that have reinvested into the CBD itself. That's what actually happens. My observation is the protectionist thinking as suggested by Mr. Heath and Mr. Bonas is actually the wrong way to think about it. And the reason why it's the wrong way to think about it, if that restriction around the Blue Haven site was going to facilitate more investment in the CBD, why hasn't it happened already? Why hasn't it happened in the last 10 years already without our site? There is no causal nexus between the two. It just doesn't exist. The international and national brands aren't in the CBD. There's just one particular reason why, because they don't want to be here. There's either affordability issues, site requirements such as land and car parking, the ability to coexist with like-minded tenants, market conditions. These are the reasons why they don't exist. Not because the restrictions around other development to facilitate investment in the CBD. I had a chuckle to myself when Mr. Heath did talk about the farmers' experience example in Auckland and how they've invested in the CBD. Most of us have been around long enough to realise that farmers were already in the CBD, and this investment was actually a renovation of their existing store presence in the CBD. And this existed with the involvement of Sylvie Park, the involvement of 277 Westfield and Newmarket, and with Wynyard Quarter and Britomart development all occurring around the same time. Developments and operating sites should work together in a competitive way. Not pick winners, work together in a competitive way. Finally, I just want to comment on the submissions and kōrero with Ngāti Tāwhakura with Ngāmata and Sarah this morning. And it is an extremely positive working relationship with Ngāti Tāwhakura. We have focused on Ngāti Tāwhakura as requested as mana whenua for the area. I just want to sort of highlight or reaffirm some of the commitments that we have undertaken so far. So first and foremost, we undertake and use all the relevant cultural protocols as guided by Ngāti Tāwhakura with any of our fiscal works, with the appropriate karakias and blessings. The Old Tere Pa site is in excess of $1.5 million investment on behalf of Blue Haven. That includes particularly around the clean fill, the residential standards, and the engineering and shaping and design of that work. Ngāmata also mentioned the master planning work at Kātere, so that was just the architectural services and management services to help shape that master planning for Kātere Marae. We have also facilitated a number of employment opportunities through the development, through the demolition works. That has already occurred. We provided negotiation assistance around the property acquisition in Kātere Road. And as noted, some of the other aspects that we have committed to is the PO, relocation of the Modi Stone, and of course the ongoing dialogue with Ngāti Tāwhakura around the design narrative for the future development. These things are not insignificant or token. These things are real and they require real resource. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Nathan. It's quite useful to hear from you at the stage of the hearing. You were here yesterday, all the whole team was fantastic. You listened to the ebbs and flows of the hearing. So it's a great time to ask you some questions. I'll go to Kat first.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks again, Nathan. I'm interested in some of your off-piste comments at the end there, and I think they started with your reference to some of the council's thinking as protectionist thinking. And you posed the question, why has nothing happened in the last 10 years here? And I guess I'm just interested to explore that with you in terms of, given your broad experience throughout the country, what is it about, what are the key factors about New Plymouth that don't make it an attractive or, I guess, viable location for some of these major brands to come here?
Maybe I'll repeat some of the things that I've already highlighted.
Yeah.
One of the keys to particularly the large scale anchor tenants is about finding the appropriate site and the relevant site dimensions. So they may not exist, or in order for it to exist, it becomes an affordability issue, i.e. the aggregation of many sites to try and develop a total site. And it's just not the box itself, it's the car parking that goes with it. There is probably a good reason why Kmart doesn't exist in New Plymouth, as an example.
Okay, so that's
Kmart would have been here.
Yeah, so that's a reference to large tenants and their site requirements, and we've got a lot of evidence about that. What about other tenants? Why? I'm just interested. I mean, that's a direct reference to large tenancies, but what about smaller tenants? Why is there not more vibrancy or boutique sort of retail turnover here?
In my experiences, the smaller retail operators coexist with the larger retail operators. So it's an ecosystem. So by working with the larger foot traffic generators and the larger scale operators, the smaller retail tenants can coexist. If you haven't got the predominance of that dynamic, then ultimately a lot of the smaller operators won't come. There's also the ability or inability to work or coexist with other small tenants. A good example is like a food court, where you might have one or two big national brands, a Macca's or a KFC, and then all the other operators coexist. The bigger, higher profile operators tend to pull in most of the foot traffic, and then the other retailers, depending on what you like, can comfortably coexist in those environments. The sushis, the Indians, the kebabs, whatever. It's just an example. I'm not sure that's answered your question.
Well, no, it has. I mean, there are some other macro factors that I'll probably talk to Mr. Thompson about. And I guess one of them particularly is there is a finite spend to some extent. And the only way the spend, putting aside inflation, which makes it even smaller, but the only way the finite amount of dollar or spend that a community or like this are going to plow into retail and commercial services and the like is really a function of the I guess the wealth of the community and the size of the community. And I guess I'm just reflecting back on a lot of the evidence we've heard about trying to provide for more opportunities for people to live in the district. And I mean, you haven't been directly or your company hasn't been directly involved in a lot of that, but do you see a direct relationship between the amount of people and the viability over the longer term for more and more commercial offerings?
Yeah, population analysis and demographic analysis is very important to retail.
Okay.
Retail development. So a lot of the tenants will use that analysis to determine whether or not they should effectively come to town and where they should want to be in that town. But it's just not just the supply issues, the construction issues, the interest rate issues. There are so many other factors, as you'd appreciate, that drive some of the decision making of people wanting to be here and live here, and also the tenants want to be here and operate here.
Yeah, it's quite a it's a very reciprocal relationship to some extent, isn't it? What they act together to create general economic wealth and well-being throughout a large area. You need the people to support the products, and the people might not come there but for the products. So
yeah, but ultimately
right.
people make decisions on location based around employment, based
Yep.
around schooling, based around whānau.
yeah.
And what-
Yeah. Here's a provocative question for you. If you were in charge of the New Plymouth District Council's City Centre Rejuvenation Committee, what would be 3 things you'd be recommending we do?
Outside of rezoning the Blue Haven site.
Well, no, you'd let's
3 things I would do. Yep.
let's say
Yep,
that's
I'll
not
give
an
it to
option.
you. I think council need to make it more enabling for investment. Now, when I look at a lot of the council, and I'm not just specifically referring to New Plymouth, a lot of the investment in CBDs, a lot of it is in public realm stuff. It's also cosmetic. You know, if you've got $10 million to spend or invest, why not give it to 2 or 3 anchor tenants of high employment numbers and get them to come to town and relocate into town? Then you will drive the people to be in town. It's the people that need to be in town. And predominantly that's either through employment or occupancy outside of employment. So facilitate more residential development, facilitate more employment into the CBD. And call out absentee landlords. There are landlords in those areas that are just relying on council to do everything they do to make their tenancies work. They are not investing themselves in anything, in any capacity. You know, you walk downtown, and what do you see? 3 vape shops. They've just taken the low-hanging fruit.
Mm.
And I've got nothing personal, but it's just not the right look or context, I believe, for a CBD environment.
Mm.
And those landlords have just taken the low-hanging fruit option. Call them out. But you've got to make it more acceptable to have people in the CBD.
Okay.
It's got to be employment, it's got to be residential, it's got to be safe. And I just firmly believe the retail priority horses bolted. It's about civic space. It's about, I get the point that Mr. Heath was raising about office. There's some credit to that position. It's about those kind of things that should be in the CBD space. Once you redefine the CBD, and open yourself up to the coastal belt if you can handle washing the windows constantly. Because it will come.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh no, that's very helpful. I appreciate your opinions on that. Certainly your attitude, and I know you're probably conflicted here, your attitude would not be to try and restrict competition for retail spend outside of the CBD. That wouldn't be your go-to as chair of that committee, would you?
No, and I need to remind people that a city is the sum of all its parts.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have favourite childs in this scenario. You need to respect the ability of all the areas and all the centres and all the localities. To pick one particular area over others is the flawed issue of my flawed position in my view. You shouldn't have favourite childs. And you don't get investment or the willingness to invest if you focus solely on a particular area.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Thank you for that. My last sort of query is, it comes down to I think it was Mr. Thompson's observation, or it might have, or it was actually, no, it was yours and your evidence about what happened after the development of the base. And I'm just interested in your observations about what you did see happen in the Hamilton CBD. What were the sorts of tenants that started to repopulate that space, and why did they go there as opposed to the more, I guess, convenient location of the availability out at the base?
So one of the key things as a growth city, you recognise that Hamilton has, for most retailers, been recognised as a 2-3 store town. And so you've had the sub-regional centres of the base, and to a lesser extent Chapel Square, and then you've had the CBD environmental. And so they would work in parallel or in tandem with each other. And what you saw was more a replication or an add to example,
Okay.
adding to the footprint in the base as well as a presence in the CBD. I think I referred to only, there's only a couple of tenants that left the base and or the CBD, and they were, one of them was a Air New Zealand travel store, which was more of a product issue rather than a market issue for them. And the other one was Texas Radio that decided to go back to the CBD.
Okay.
Texas Radio is a jeans, fashion apparel kind of operator.
Yeah, I wouldn't go there for a radio. I know that. I mean, what that I mean, that in itself is quite an. I mean, you referred to cities and to some extent communities as a bit of an ecosystem in terms of large and small, and I guess to some extent just using that analogy, what you've suggested is that you know any particular retailer offering a certain proposition at one location will potentially set up other stores to essentially trade off its brand and its location in one space, and potentially then they create a network of that retailer, which I guess some stores would be up one day, other stores would be down. So they really just increase their coverage by moving into into multiple locations. Yeah.
Added to that would be some retailers obviously have a growth strategy and a defensive strategy.
Yep.
So if their key competition is in a particular location, they will want to replicate that scenario to protect their market share.
All right. Thank you for all of that. That's it's been very helpful. Thank you, Mr. York.
Yes, thank you, Mr. York. I'd like to start with the contextual issue about your resource consent application. I think you mentioned that it was lodged in 2017.
The original lodgement, yes.
Original lodgement date?
Yep.
When did you start working on the resource consent? Was it a year before then?
Yep. So we acquired we contracted the site in 2016, and we began preparations. The consent was lodged 9 November 2017, which was rejected, and then we had to do some stuff and reapply. But before that, we had to do all the technical assessments and also the master planning work. So it would have been early 2017 as we commenced that work.
Okay. Was the centre's hierarchy position circulating in draft planning documents at that time?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
So part of your risk profile about both acquiring the site and looking at how you might position a resource consent, that centre's hierarchy approach was not on anywhere on the table?
No, not on the radar or on the table at all. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I'll just confirm that with Jeremy, because the chronology is quite interesting.
Yeah.
To me. All right. The associated question is, you've said to us, and it's actually reflected in the strategic objectives about the fact that urban areas change and adapt over time. Just understanding why your original resource thing didn't include the desired flexibility that you're now seeking, looking into the crystal ball. Was that because you had to be quite certain to get your resource consent through, and flexibility was seen as a negative thing by yourself and the council?
You've hit the nail on the head. The essence of time that it travelled by the time we did our original lodgement to, in fact, when we ultimately did get consent, was over 3.5 years. And there's a point in time when you keep, my words, fighting the fight versus providing some certainty around consented GFA. And so obviously we took the latter because we needed to secure a consent to enable us to then either initially clean up the site and then ultimately begin to engage with the marketplace itself.
So that was a consenting strategy around certainty is going to allow you to get your resource consent established. If you had a black box and lots of flexibility, they had risk with it through your consenting process. Is that fair?
It was probably a response to the attitude we received from council in the protracted way it took to get this consent itself. You know, we went through various consent lodgements, various Section 92 requests, various planning staff changes.
Seen all those, yeah.
Yeah. And we got to that point. We just needed to lock something down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, understood. Can I now move to just some questions about Terry Park? Yes, we certainly saw that site visit and we see how it ties in with the precinct plan. And it's fascinating to me that you've worked with the hapu to reinstate a vertical height there. And the shaping of it from your aerial photo in figure 1 seems to be looking to try and recreate the hill. Is that pretty much a recreation or as best as possible?
It is. So we sitting behind this is a bunch of design elements that we fully engaged with Tapere Kura on. And we arrived at recontouring the site with some of the historical shaping of our site, which is where the height comes from. And it is not without considerable effort to get to that point.
Yeah.
But it was the right thing to do.
Yeah. And is it anticipated on the bay? I don't know whether you're familiar with Otara Pa, which is right on the outskirts of Paradale. It's the Pa site that is, for a long time, it's an historic preserve. It's basically got all the palisades and, you know, it's as close as possible on a current landform, which is pretty much here as it was, where you were training. Is the anticipation that this might be developed in that more realistic sense?
It is ultimately a question for Tapere Kura. Tapere Kura have signed off on this work that we've done.
And then they'll take it forward. Our purpose zone, which is being looked at, seems to be quite important for the iwi here, to have something recognised as a spatial zone that enables lots of different activities.
And one of the key points was making sure that we had protected sightlines from the past site to Taranaki. Right? So we've protected those sightlines as well. So there's this direct view shaft from our site via Old Teddy Par site to Taranaki Maunga. So, like, you know, I would argue we've been very responsible and receptive to hearing these key cultural elements that are very important in Manawhenua, and we've adopted those.
Okay, that's good, thank you. We certainly, we were at the site, Kat and I, on a beautiful day with the Monga. Best view, and the elevation of your site, even more with Mercury Park, would be quite a key. Do you see that as being an important attraction for the site, that it does have those view shafts through to the Monga?
100%, without a doubt. It is, it is arguably, and I'm not from Taranaki, it is arguably the most important landform.
Let's talk about in the context of implementation. You've told us where you're up to. Like Kat, I've had a reasonable history in working for clients like Blue Haven. So I'm very familiar with the I think it's 40 and announcing anchor tenants at the right time. So just reading between the lines of the way the site's organised with the area A and the other, are you essentially looking for 2 anchor tenants?
When you do developments of this nature, you have to have multiple conversations with multiple tenants. But when you look at the marketplace itself, as an example, you have, and it's quite widely discussed at the moment, you have an oligopoly situation with the supermarkets. Arguably, you have two operators that operate in large-scale DIY, and arguably you have 2 operators that operate in discount department stores. So you have to have multiple conversations with the likes of these type of tenants in order to actually create tension, understand their viability, and to move forward. So we are having conversations at various lengths with all those parties.
Okay. For them, certainty is paramount of certainty of zoning. Is that what I've heard?
It's important to them to be able to ensure that whatever position they do take, that it is protected and maintained for its reasons as a sub-regional centre, as proposed by us.
So my main experience in this area is in the property market, mostly in the west. Kmart was the prize, or is the prize for that market. What makes some a business like Kmart come down? Is it the parking? Is it the, yeah, it's 20, we've just had one open in Napier. That's in on the CBD, it's probably a couple of days away. And that was again on a remediated site. Depot. Took a lot of work to bring it up to scratch. But they're there and they're almost 24 hours now. So I suppose my question is, and I'll loop it in with another question I have. You're relying on Hamilton and Tauranga as comparatives for New Plymouth.
Because of being actively involved, particularly being
Because of
actively
your
involved.
experience.
Yes.
Are they fair apples to apples for New Plymouth? My understanding is that both Hamilton and Tauranga are on a high growth and have been for many years in terms of population, retail growth. Whereas New Plymouth is in a much heavier profile. So I suppose I'll put a caveat around your reliance on those examples, because in a marketplace sense, are they fair comparatives to New Plymouth? Or are there better examples of what's been done well or done poorly or from the scale city that you could point us to?
I think they're very comparable because relative context is the same. But when you look at something like the base, which has 100,000 square metres plus in terms of gross floor area and relative size of the CBD, we are talking excluding the hotel or 30 odd thousand plus square metres or 40 odd thousand with the hotel relative to the CBD. So I think the context is very comparable relative to you both. Can't speak on behalf of council, but I would argue or hope to believe that they are a growth city, forward-thinking city. So in that context, I would say yes. Interesting you talk about Tauranga as a growth city. It is, but it's massively constrained by residential supply at the moment. So that growth in residential is somewhat stymied by the ability to unlock that supply. So it hasn't had that vast residential growth, new residential growth that you would anticipate in Tauranga otherwise. So it's probably comparable. I don't know the residential stats here in
But I think a lot of reliance is on those two, both from your economists and your planning officers. Yeah, just wanted to get your advice about are there other good or bad examples of similar size centres? I'm thinking Rotorua, I'm thinking maybe Hastings, I'm thinking Nelson.
Well, I do know a little bit about Hawke's Bay because my boy goes to Lindisfarne. The problem with Hawke's Bay, you've got two cities that are close to each other. I'm not sure whether that's directly comparable. Hastings and Napier are pretty close to each other on a relative scale. You mentioned Rotorua. Actually, Nelson with Richmond Mall. Nelson CBD, and then you've got the Richmond Mall. There's some comparison.
My experience from Nelson is that you've got the same Nelson versus Tasman District. You've got two councils that seem to fight tooth and nail. The same as Napier Hastings. So, but Napier Hastings, both those councils have a very strong centres hierarchy approach. Their approach is to make sure that large format retail, things like supermarkets being as close to the CBD as absolutely possible. So just so that if the supermarket offering is zoned out of going away from the nearby CBD place, and I'm talking about like the site, like New Plymouth has. Looking up that strip, there's three large-ish supermarkets all in a row.
This is the point I was raising about it, the way UFD 18 is scripted. It refers to the whole hierarchy and all the centres, where you're specifically talking about the primacy of the CBD. That's one of the key issues I have with that strategic definition. Then the other example potentially you could refer to is Whangarei, which has a CBD, but Okara Park is pretty close to the CBD, but it is a large format centre and a reasonably sized one. And it has a Countdown, the Warehouse, Frisco's, Rebels in there. So it does coexist with the CBD environment, which is all around the hospitality and the civic space close to the waterways and the canals there.
But my experience with other centres is the Hastings one is keeping things very close. So it is in fact truly walkable. Whereas I think our evidence to date is the Blue Haven site's really going to be jumping in the car. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but you know, there was a comment, I can't remember which, it might have been, sorry, I don't know your name. Yeah, sorry. It was about the potential trip generation between the valley and our site. We were having active engagement with council around pedestrianising those connections a little bit further up and down. For whatever reason, council sees those conversations. It's also, people need to reflect on how the valley is constructed. Excuse my French. It's got its arse or backside to Devon Road. So it doesn't actually provide a clear connection into the site. So there are some physical nuances that actually don't, and decisions that are made that actually don't allow for that to properly occur. The other example I just sort of sprung to my mind is Whakasane, which has the hub on the outskirts of town, and then it has downtown, and then all the stuff around by the river, way getting out Whakasane is. So that's probably a similar distance. Potentially, it's not too far away from the CBD. They tend to coexist.
Well,
Yeah.
my mum and dad.
Yeah.
They're living, but, okay. Well, I do have just one more question for you, Nathan. It is about the office aspect. Here's some questions for me just about office and, is there any intention in your crystal ball to have office facilities ideally? Does that fit with your offering?
It has the potential, and I think we need to determine what is office. So if you're talking about corporate offices like lawyer firms, council offices, large scale offices of that context, that's one thing. If you're talking about offices such as supporting offices or areas that relate to things like maybe health services and things like that, those health services typically coexist in centre environments. You know, eyes, ears, nose, physios, whatever, Pilates, whatever people get into. The way I read it, apologies to my team if I've messed up, you'll mop it up later, is those things should and could coexist in our centre environment.
And
Does that answer your question? Sorry.
well, I used to live in Hamilton, right there in the late 80s when we were still pitching horses. Two restaurants, a steakhouse and a Chinese place. And I've seen the transformation there, but it's been a long haul. And one of the things that I've observed that's really turned it around recently is the offices that you always been a place for offices. That seems to underpin the ongoing future for Hamilton CBD. I think Tainui Holdings now got big plans all around the Garden Place. So it's taken a long while to get
Yeah.
And that is, I think, I don't know, are there office parks at the base?
No, there's not. I'm not aware of. There's an office park at Innovation Park, which is a council part-owned facility, which is in Ruakura. Ironic that, you know, you have firms like Deloitte and Whakapōtahi living on outside of the CBD, on the other side of the river, which is across Bridge Street. So, you know, and the other thing that's really important in Hamilton, which people overlook, is the influence of both the Wintec being in the CBD as well. So, you know, student numbers and the residential capacity is a growing dynamic in Hamilton. What happens in Hamilton is most people kind of live on the east, work on the west. That's where the work is generally recruited. So you got to travel across the bridge to go into town to work, unless you're at the university or something. So, you know, more and more people are now living on the west, either on the outskirts of the west within the CBD fringe area, which is a good thing. And as a result of all that stuff, the retail and other things, hospitality, tend to emerge and grow, become more sophisticated. That's what happens. And I honestly believe without the base, Kiwi Income would have done zero investment in Centre Place because they didn't have to. They would just sweat the asset. These is all about capital. How they apply capital and get a return on the capital. Without the effort in the base investment, what you saw was Westfield investing very quickly in Chartwell Square and Kiwi Income investing in Centre Place. That was the resulting factor that created a catalyst for that reinvestment, in my mind.
So who are the two, what's the equivalent here?
In the CBD, I forget what it's called.
Is there a big player in the
Centre
CBD?
City, is it called Centre City?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Who owns that? There. You don't know?
Tim does, he's done all his retail study in the CBD.
A&P, I think the tab of that would get ready to tell, so not too sure if they've offloaded. Not yet, so.
Okay. So that's the discussion. Thank you, Nathan. I'll just note that there was one more high quality tenant arriving in the Hamilton CBD next week. So they should be setting up. From the edge of town and a chilly bin sort of funny little office into a great space in the middle of Hamilton. Certainly, when I used to live in Hamilton, the last place I want to be would be in the CBD, but
Just in closing, can I say thanks for the comments around the work we've done today, particularly with Mr. Littlejohn and yourself. Sometimes it gets lost, the effort we've done to clean the site up from the birthday, and we simply don't hear it often enough, so thank you very much.
yeah, certainly for me, both the clear relationship you have with the hapu and the, great amount of work that's been done with the team over the last 6 months since we got going. Really, really appreciate it, and we're a long way ahead. So thank you. Let's take a cup of tea and be back at, say, 20 past 11 to continue. Thank you, Adam. Welcome back.
We have some brief summary notes. Got a copy of them later as well, but this is a few figures in here.
Thank you. Good. Thank you.
Panel and the council yesterday noted there was a large gulf between the economic experts. In my opinion, this is not a matter of different interpretations of the same data. Rather, it is due to a difference in the scope of the analysis completed. In my opinion, the three main areas for an economist to provide economic evidence on this submission are the demand for retail floor space and land, supply of land, and a retail gravity model. Mr. Heath estimates demand for an additional 30,600 square metres of retail floor space over the 2023-2033 period. Estimate demand for land. However, at a 35% site coverage, this would require around 9 hectares. I estimate demand for 31,000 square metres of retail floor space over the 2023 to 2033 period, which also equates to a demand for a further 9 hectares land over the next decade. In addition, there is a need for a buffer to ensure market flexibility. I would consider 15 to 20 hectares to enable a competitive market. Mr. Heath has not undertaken an analysis of land supply, however, has concluded in paragraph 23 of the joint witness statement that there is sufficient capacity for retail and relies on the council's HBA capacity assessment. The HBA, however, concludes that there is only 1.2 hectares of vacant land for retail. This falls well below the demand for 10 to 20 hectares. Council identifies that there is capacity in multiple level buildings. However, this is not viable for retail, and the MPSUD guidance documents specify that retail capacity can only occur at ground level. And I get that reference in my Mr. Mr. Heath has not identified the specific parcels of land on which retail demand will be met under the PDP. This is the major shortcoming. I've assessed retail capacity in the CBD and conclude there is little to no capacity for LFR. I've undertaken a gravity model of the impacts of the Blue Haven Centre on the CBD. This involved large data sets and over 80 hours of work. My conclusions from the gravity model are that the impacts on the CBD are insignificant. My understanding was that Mr. Heath was also going to prepare a gravity model. However, he has instead undertaken a basic calculation that would only take a few minutes to complete. Mr. Heath has identified some of the limitations of gravity models. However, these models are considered the best practice methodology for estimating centre sales and impacts, both in New Zealand and overseas. And I note there that the private sector does use gravity models. It's just for local authorities for these matters. So they are tried and tested methodology. In summary, Mr. Heath has undertaken an assessment of demand, however, has not completed an assessment of land supply or a gravity model, which are the basic requirements for an economic analysis. The main reason why we have a difference in opinion. Mr. Heath identified an error in my gravity model summary table. There is a summary error for the other centres row, however, the other results in the summary table are correct. This does not change the nominal or percentage impact estimates of the Blue Haven Centre on the CBD. Provide a corrected table to the panel. Ms. Heath considers the CBD as economically struggling. Not the case. Over the past 5 years, there have been an additional 58 occupied retail stores and, more importantly, a 10% increase in total employment over the past decade. These are the relevant objective metrics. Mr. Heath's recommendation to decrease the size of the CBD by 54% and to restrict retail elsewhere is entirely unjustified. CBD has been at its current size for at least 75 years, and halving its size would displace commercial activity from the CBD and would undermine the future expansion of the CBD over the long term. Mr. Heath stated that I estimate the Blue Haven Centre would have a trade impact of 105 million on the CBD, and that this was similar to his estimate of 120. This is not correct. I estimate that in 2026, when the Blue Haven Centre opens, CBD sales will be 688 million, and 28 million less than the 2023 level of 716 million. If this leakage is reduced as a result of the Blue Haven Centre, and that's from the district, which I expect it will, I estimate the impacts on the CBD are less. I would highlight to the panel that there have been between 40 to 50 new retail centres, similar to the Blue Haven Centre, built over the past few decades across New Zealand, and all CBDs have continued their primary function. This confirms that CBDs are not fragile and unable to compete in the marketplace. Rather, they are robust and respond to competition well. This is because they have a large office and civic function in a central location that cannot be duplicated. Mr. Heath and Mr. Bonis noted yesterday that my economic analysis should have been framed by the strategic directions of the PDP. This is not correct. The economic analysis has basic requirements, most notably evaluating whether there is a sufficient supply of land to meet demand. These basic requirements cannot be framed by planning theories, and if they were, result in an incomplete or flawed economic assessment. Regarding the centre network versus hierarchy discussion, all cities have a hierarchy of centres in terms of the centre size. However, there is no economic basis to conclude that one centre has more value or importance than another, as each has a distinct function. The planning theory that CBDs and town centres are more. I support the term network or hierarchy as it relates to centre size, but not importance. Mr. Heath concludes that the CBD has many stores that are not, in his opinion, of a suitable quality. Quality is subjective and has no economic basis. If the store is commercially viable, then it creates employment and value for its customers and has economic benefits. It is concerning that an economist would recommend restricting supply to a level below demand, contrary to the SUD, which requires demand is met. I was involved in the economic conferencing, the AUP review. In this conferencing, it was agreed by all economists that retail should be enabled in out-of-centre locations as a discretionary activity, subject to an assessment of effects. This is referred to as a sequential approach in the UK, and is, in my opinion, the correct economic approach. The centres, however, also ensures all retailers can find suitable land and premises. Mr. Heath does not support this approach for the Blue Haven Centre. Mr. Bonus does, however, support this approach in terms of discretionary activity status. However, his proposed objectives and policies include phrases such as defined scale and extent and restricted range scale of activities. Given the CBD is considered in the strategic directions chapter to be the most important centre, this may effectively preclude any future retail development in the Blue Haven Centre, regardless of its merits. In my opinion, a phrase such as undermine the viability is more consistent with discretionary activity status. For this reason, I prefer zone provisions, proposed zone.
Yeah, and if you could, let's mark up the current table with that error. If you could include that with your summary notes on the table. Can we go to that now? Page. Page 15. So where is the error? Can you point us to that?
So the row that is under the header other is summed incorrectly for the tables within that table. And that's just a manual summing error, but all other numbers in those tables are correct. And the nominal and percentage impacts that I discussed in my evidence don't change. So that's also explanation for why the totals don't total.
It's not a simple, I count a few numbers replacing, we need to actually look at
Yes, I'll need to prepare a revised table, but it has no implication on my evidence or the key matters.
that's figure 5. Thank you. If you caught up with that, we'll get a revised figure 5 in Nathan's speaking notes.
I think you mean to Adam's speaking notes, is that right?
Adams. speaking
Yep.
notes.
Yep. Yeah. I didn't get the number change, but I got the import that it doesn't change the percentage analysis that's presumably set out in paragraph 43.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner, and it also doesn't change the nominal figures for the other rows, for the rows other than the other row.
Gotcha.
Go.
Oh, okay. You're waiting for me. I'm just okay. I just want to get a little bit of a sense of the sequence of your conferencing, particularly around your gravity model, Mr. Thompson. Just looking at the dates, your will say statement was dated what day? Can you just remind me?
April.
So that was after you had already undertaken expert caucusing with Mr. Heath?
That's correct.
Okay. So do I understand from that you developed your retail gravity or your gravity model after the expert caucusing, or had you done it before the expert caucusing?
It followed with the expert caucusing. You may recall, Commissioner, that my view is that this model is generally not required for other reasons, but following the caucusing, there was discussion about undertaking gravity models, and my understanding is that was anticipating preparing a gravity model, and that's that with my client, and they were willing to make the investment in developing the gravity model, which they do cost a bit of money and take a bit of time. But I completed that immediately following the caucusing to make sure that that information is available as early as possible.
So just I want to be clear about this. When two things. One, you initially said you didn't think it was necessary. Am I to understand from that you see the development of the gravity model as a way of quantifying the potential economic effects of the Blue Haven proposal on the CBD?
Yes, the gravity model is the best practice methodology for estimating trade effects and subsequent economic effects.
All right, no, that's
note my evidence.
Yep.
My view is that the consented baseline is part of the existing environment, and therefore the effects are relevant. But I understand that the council had an interest in that.
Okay, so when you notwithstanding your view expressed in the joint witness statement, what was who suggested the idea of doing this? Was it Mr. Heath, or was it you, after the conference just coming to the view that there was a potential issue and this might be the way to address it?
Well, we discussed gravity models and the time and cost to prepare them in the conferencing, and I subsequently was asked by my client to prepare one. Because it was something that the council considered was important. My understanding was the council the gravity model as well, but obviously that's from Mr. Heath.
Okay.
So typically a gravity model is a big investment, and it would be done by the council because it can be applied for other things rather than one submitter for one property doing a gravity model.
Yeah. Presumably there's what you depict in, because you did put out your will say statement did include the results of the gravity model that was produced in April. By comparing your will say statement with the evidence you've produced this time, Mr. Thompson, I take it that no further refinements or any other feedback on it that led to changes arose after your will say statement and before you prepared your evidence?
The gravity model didn't change. I did have a discussion with my client, and they brought to my attention the opening date of the shopping centre based on their current modelling. And I reinterpreted the results of the model based on that time. My will say statement assumed that the centre would open in 2023, which is obviously not correct, and my client anticipates a few years before it opens.
Yeah. Okay.
Apart from that minor change, everything.
Okay. One of the things that is in your will say statement that hasn't followed through to your evidence is what was in your will say statement, paragraph 45, and then figure 6, which essentially ran a hypothetical scenario of an expansion to the Blue Haven Centre. Is there any particular reason why you didn't include that additional analysis in your evidence?
I did consider including it. I didn't think it was critically important to the level that it should be in my actual evidence, and I thought if questions arose on that particular matter, I'd refer back to my will say statement.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're to be applauded for brevity, so that's much appreciated. Okay, so now that I've clarified how the whole sequence arose, have after the 1st of April, when you produced your will say statement, did anyone from the council or Mr. Heath contact you to say, can we see what's behind the outputs? Can we have a look at your assumptions and your models? Because presumably there's a whole lot of stuff below the waterline on this, be spreadsheets and assumptions and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's right. And generally what's presented is quite detailed tables. So if a peer reviewer wants to look at the results to see if they make sense at that level, they can see where the money is coming from and going to based on those. In terms of whether the council asks for detailed information, I did not receive any request for further information. I would be happy to provide some of that information. If they would like to have a look at it. With regards to the error that Mr. Heath identified, which it's some error, I would have been happy to clarify that if he had a query on that. That would have potentially avoided him having to recommend to the panel yesterday that the model was not up to scratch and everything.
Hasn't yeah. I mean, we can't look back. We can't go back in time now, but it seems to me that between the 1st of April and the 26th of May, when Mr. Heath produced his evidence, there would have been enough time for you two to get back in a room and open the bonnet on your model and poke around to see what the assumptions were. Wouldn't that be correct? Or were you overseas for 2 months or something or other?
No, I wish. The models are not that ambiguous. They use a standard mathematical calculation. There are some tweaks that you could do in terms of how attractive the centres are within that model, to how much weight you place on the bigger centres versus the smaller centres, for example. But even in that regard, there are reasonably well-established levels in which to calibrate the model.
Okay, so you might get together with your peers and you might debate those sorts of margins and factors that would apply to get the weighting right for the ultimate algorithm, wouldn't you? You'd sort of discuss those sorts of things, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's right. The algorithm doesn't change, but the adjustments that you can manually change, which fall under the banner of assumptions, the some percentage as you refer to it, is those weightings that you apply to the centres, the distance coefficients, for example, in terms of how far people will travel for a larger centre versus a smaller centre. So yeah, there are some well-established levels for the models, but of course you can run some scenarios with slightly different calibration.
All right, thanks, Mr. Thompson. That's been helpful. Just a couple of broad matters I wanted to chat to you about. When I spoke to Mr. Heath yesterday and asked him what he thought was sort of responsible for what he called a reduction in activity over the last 20 years in the CBD, was principally a result of the development of the large format retail out at Waiwakaio, and then the advent of online shopping as sort of economic sort of factors. Do you agree with that?
Well, the employment or total occupation of the CBD has increased over the last 20 years. Continues to do so. With regards to retail, which is very much a secondary function of the CBD, the challenges posed by large format retail primarily. Mentioned that over a year ago, earlier on in the process, that was my view, that large format retail has been the major structural change in the retail market since 1991, when the first warehouse was opened in the North Shore.
I remember that.
Now,
So,
it's, 30 years on, and it's gone from about 30% of all floor space to now about 70% of all floor space in a 30-year period. So that really is the challenge that traditional centres face, and it's quite a different challenge to what the council assumed.
So how do you explain then the pedestrian count trend? I mean, your evidence is that employment has gone up. There has been an impact on retail. Is that how we explain the delta?
Well, first I would say that pedestrian counts are, you could have a lower pedestrian count and a higher retail spend. You could have lower pedestrian count and a higher number of occupied stores. And that is actually the situation for New Plymouth. So lower pedestrian count has emotional value, but it doesn't have analytical value. Because the number of people walking up and down the street is not as important to retailers as how many sales they make. The reason why there may be fewer people walking down the street, I suspect it's a complex question, and there'll be a range of things contributing to it. I would say it's because the comparison shopping function of the CBD may have reduced, and the lifestyle and entertainment function of the CBD is likely to have increased. So people are less likely to go from clothing store to clothing store and appliance store to appliance store, and now they are more inclined to go to a hairdresser or a restaurant, etc. And that's a standard trend for CBDs and town centres to move away from comparison and more towards lifestyle.
Okay.
And that's a normal market response to this competition. So that's what's happening in Plymouth, happening in other CBDs. And people may be less inclined to walk now, but maybe people prefer to not. There could be reasons for it that we just don't understand. Walking up and down the CBD Main Street may have been a fun thing to do 15 years ago, but now people may prefer other things. I don't think you can use pedestrian counts as a metric for the success of a CBD or a shopping centre. And if you want to be quite analytical about it, you look at centre sales, centre employment, business startups, all of which is data that's highly accurate and readily available.
Okay, no, that's helpful. I want to know, have you got Mr. Brophy's evidence there with you? Now I've lost it. Got too much paper. Sorry. Can I ask you to go? I just want to have a chat to you about the matters of discretion that Mr. Brophy has suggested would apply to resource consent applications that would provide for the expansion of floor areas. Are you familiar with these from Mr. Brophy's evidence?
Yes, I did spend some time reviewing and commenting.
Okay. So let me then see if I can track down what I wanted to talk to you about. Oh yeah, like for example, if we go to I'm on page 6 of 10 of Mr. Brophy's provisions at the back of his evidence. Okay, so he's got in areas C, D, and E, which are the main areas, all of these permitted activities where the standard is that it shan't exceed certain total net floor areas. So the way in which this would work, I understand, is that if there was a desire to adapt and create more retail floor area, it would require a restricted discretionary consent. And then we've got some wording there which sets out the main matters that council or the consent authority would need to consider when considering that. And then we have these two propositions: whether the activity will have a significant adverse effect on the viability and vitality of the city centre zone, town centre zone, and local centre zone, whether there is feasible ground floor net floor area in the city and town centre zone for the proposed activity. Now they sound very simple propositions, but I'm just interested in trying to get a sense of what would be involved in actually assessing whether a proposal to extend the retail floor area would actually achieve or I guess be consistent with that criterion. How do you go about doing that?
The methodology depends on the scale of what's proposed. Obviously, there's some cost in doing a revenue model, so small developments won't necessarily require that level of analysis. For a big centre such as the Blue Haven Centre, it was to expand significantly, it would be a revenue model that would typically be required. And that would assess the trade impacts, and from that you would consider the economic impacts. In terms of the feasible ground floor area, that would consider whether there was capacity incentives for those retailers that were, or type of retailers that were looking to establish in Blue Haven Centre. So what you effectively have in those two criteria is the sequential approach, which is the methodology established in the UK and guidance documents, where you can establish in centre, of course, and if there's no space in the centre, you can establish on the centre or out of the centre, subject to an effects assessment. And that's essentially where the economists in the Auckland Plan Review agreed. And yesterday on economists not agreeing, that is one of the rare occasions where the economists will agree, and you'll see there's a list of well-regarded economists that agree with that. So it essentially establishes that there should be a discretionary status for retail out of centres subject to an effects assessment. And part of that, and that's where the criteria 2 kicks in, is capacity in a centre, and you wouldn't need to go out of centre. That's actually where the more interesting aspect of the discussion lies.
So, so putting my practical hat on, does that require the applicant that wants to establish additional retail to essentially undertake a survey of all vacant ground floor shops within the city and town centre that are vacant and identify why they are not feasible for it? Or does the fact that there might be a vacant shop that could fit it in the CBD mean that the consent ought not to be granted?
It's a exactly where it ends up in terms of how I undertake my economic analyses for retail and commercial location assessments. That's best practice. And it's established in the UK and it was agreed by the economists. So
All right.
I certainly think that's the way to go, and it does require looking at sites at that time to see if there are any. If you take an extreme example, say we're looking for a site for Costco. Costco wants to come to New Plymouth, that may be 7 or 8 years down the track. There's no way they'll find a site easily. Established on industrial zone land, and as part of that application, they should. If their economic assessment is done the way I recommend, consider whether there are sites that are otherwise zoned and ready to go for them.
So this is almost sort of like an alternatives assessment, isn't it? We've got a viable location here. There's no alternative for us. So does that really then come down to the potential tenant being able to be quite specific about its requirements to essentially rule out all other potential alternatives, or is it simply the floor area metric that's the only thing that's considered?
That's, as I referred to earlier, the more interesting aspect of that assessment. The tenant or tenants that are making the application have to establish what their commercial requirements are, and they obviously have an incentive to set the bar quite high. So it needs to be quite reasonable in that regard. And that's where the expert assists process. But it's not so much an alternatives assessment as you may do for cost benefit or a section 32. It's more an acknowledgement of the idea or the economic concept that it's optimal to have retail in centres rather than out of centres. So there are adverse effects from retail in out of centre locations and positive effects retail in centres, and hence the sequential approach inherently achieves those positive in-centre benefits where possible, but doesn't result in adverse effects in terms of excluding a retail store entering the market if they can't find a suitable site. That's where I struggle with Mr. Heath's approach is to potentially preclude retailers from entering the market. Don't see how that's good for an economy with all sound economics.
Okay. No, well, that's helped clarify that in my mind. Coming back to criterion number 1, you went straight to the economic analysis enabled by a gravity model will help give an answer to that question. Does that therefore mean that you consider pure economic effect as a surrogate to some extent for these concepts of viability and vitality? Because I think everyone's sort of acknowledged that they're quite qualitative concepts. Do you think there's enough clarity in the criterion that, I mean, your natural inclination was to go to the economic model, but given the debate that we've had between the economists in this case, doesn't that face the notion that the retailer turns up with a gravity model that shows a relatively modest impact on spend, for example, but a council economist or someone processing the consent world says, well, that's all well and good, but it's still going to impact on the viability and vitality of the city centre. So I guess what I'm asking is, do you think that economic analysis is the gold standard for assessing those sorts of effects? Or and if so, shouldn't we have a more quantitative criterion rather than a qualitative one?
Yeah, that's an interesting and quite a big question. The gravity model essentially estimate trade impact, so you'll end up with a nominal or a percentage impact, and it's the percentage impact obviously that's most interesting. If you have a 5% impact on the new centre on an existing centre, then you can weigh up what that may mean. The Environment Court case law obviously refers to various percentages in some of the decisions, and sometimes reference in terms of what significant effect may or may not be. Not entirely aligned with my thinking in terms of how the case law is interpreted in that way. I don't necessarily agree that that's the correct way to interpret that case law, because each situation is unique, and a 5% impact in one location may be worse than in one scenario might be worse than a 10% impact in another scenario. And that's to do with the existing state of the centres. So if there was a 20% vacancy rate in Whangarei CBD, and someone proposed a new shopping mall, that would be potentially.
Okay.
But if the centre was doing very well and didn't have enough retail stores to meet demand, then a 20% impact.
Yeah.
So it's not simply a quantitative matter, and it does involve weighing up some other factors.
All right. Well, I mean that's helpful, and I think where I need to take the conversation then about the drafting of these criteria is to the planners and the team, because ultimately they bear responsibility for the words. So that's been very helpful. I don't think I had anything else I wanted to talk to you about. Let me just come back here. No, I don't think so. One matter I do want to just round off with is I provocatively put to Mr. York this hypothesis that if he were in charge of revitalising the New Plymouth CBD, what would he do? He gave me the answer, need to find ways to enable more investment in the CBD to create more employment and occupancy and residents. And then he said you should also call out your absentee landlords, which is a whole other issue. If you were sitting alongside him on that committee, would you be agreeing with him, or would you be saying, no, you don't do it like that, Mr. York, you've got to do it like this? And if so, what would that look like?
Look, I think you hit the nail on the head in terms of how to improve the CBD. It's potentially increasing its core function, which is office-based employment, civic activities, and also residential. Well, residential, I wouldn't say it's its core function, but it's a significant function.
So what?
It's, just to clarify, I wouldn't describe residential as a core function of a CBD. I would say it's a supporting secondary function. Whereas its core function is office-based employment, education, all of the activities that can bring people in on a day-to-day basis. Office,
education, civic. Were those the three for your core function? So you're just fading in and out a little bit, unfortunately.
Tourism. I'll provide a more detailed list, but it's basically all of the activities that bring people in there on a day-to-day basis. It's the agglomeration of people in one location that creates the CBD. It's it's a secondary function.
And okay, no, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I'm pretty regularly in the Auckland CBD, and the last couple of years, the absence of students and tourists and minimal office workers has really stripped it out. It can be quite barren at times. Just goes to show the importance of those sorts of activities and just supporting a CBD. Mm.
Yeah, so enabling office and you could also look at some way of subsidising or managing investment in some of the retail tenancies and their facades. If you have a look at what a shopping mall does, they're very well managed in terms of how they ensure good quality facades along the main street.
Yep.
There's certainly a role for a public body to work with and manage how the retailers present themselves. I think what Mr. Heath is essentially saying is we'll just cut off 20% of retailers at the edge of the city that are not up to its quality standard. Obviously, from a perspective and say, well, if you want to improve the visual amenity of the CBD, which is obviously not an economic matter, but if you wanted to improve the visual amenity of retail stores, you would coordinate and manage and maybe subsidise the facades of these buildings. It's a tragedy of the commons issue in that regard. The individual owners of the retail tenancies are not incentivised to be the first cab off the rank to invest in their facade. So what is commonly done is that issue at a targeted rate, where the property owners have to invest in subsidies, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend that.
What do you say to Mr. York's suggestion that we should call out the absentee landlords? I mean, that in itself is an interesting proposition. It's when sort of regulation sort of butts head directly with private property rights. Have you ever come across a policy that penalises commercial property owners for not finding tenants and keeping their ground floor shops lit?
Perhaps Mr. York was being a little tongue-in-cheek with that comment. I would say that the normal policy response to address that issue would be some way of managing investment so that retailers benefit from all other retailers investing in their facades rather than one retail tenancy owner investing and the others not.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an interesting thought experiment to some extent. We don't have any submissions or relief scope for anything like that. So again, it's just me trying to get a bit more of a sense of the delicate balance of factors and features that make up a city, as you've pointed out in your evidence. Well, I don't. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I don't have anything else further at this stage. Thank you, Mr. Dash.
I'm just building on the. I did write down when you said a little while ago that retail was really a secondary function of the CBD, and you've given us a list of primary functions: office space, administration, education, civic functions, tourism, hospitality, I presume. Go on and on.
I would categorise hospitality under the retail.
Retail banner.
In terms of cafes.
Now, I'm interested in why there's not the CBD that we expect. I think I'll work it out, but I'll get your opinion of the panel question really there. We visited Great Australia and a really big office around town. In our side, just so we go on site visit, our side of our Bell Block industrial. I think when I asked them about that, it was, well, it's more convenient for us. We had the choice, so we came here. So I presume that's a legacy issue, perhaps, of the old plan, whereas offices are much slightly controlled in the general industrial zone now. So over time, the combination of the new zoning do you think the combination of a new zoning, city-based plan will drive a change in office, just for, as an example?
So I don't quite understand that question.
So, about petroleum, be a business.
No, but I understand the premise of a large office outside of the centres.
So they're out in the industrial zone because they can be, or could be. If the regulations are tightened in the plan, that offices can no longer, new offices can no longer establish out there, will you see that driving a change to more offices being where they're allowed and not allowed?
Yes, I believe it will, on the assumption that the council's not approving non-complying consents.
Well, that's the case.
Yeah. Generally, office distribution is more important than retail distribution. So having an office in the CBD and the regulations that support office in the CBD is more. Goes for the reasons in saying that, there's obviously a balance where you need some local office and some office that's in the CBD, and that's largely a matter of having distribution of centres that are appropriately sized to enable retail and office in each part of the city. There'll be some examples where better firms don't benefit from being in the CBD, prefer lower cost office space elsewhere. One of the practical issues that does arise with this is multiple level office cost a lot more. If you're building a 5 or 6 level office building, you'll need a rent that is often not able to be paid in the market. And the lowest cost office will be single level or 2 level buildings, walk up rather than lift, get grade. Whereas if you're in the CBD, in a small, expensive site, you need to build up. A 5 level building is an entirely different construction method and at a higher cost, provides a higher rent. So not all office-based businesses can afford to pay high rents. There are many office-based businesses that are not law firms that make large amounts of money, and there's balance to ensure that they can access suitable premises. And that would either be B and C grade existing stock that's a bit tired, but as a commensurate lower rent, so enables those businesses incentives, or that's not available, being overly constrained, and those prices are too high, then there'll be demand and arguably a need to provide lower cost single and level office buildings in other locations.
Would you advocate for that, given the fact that one of the primary purpose of the CBD is to host office space activity?
Well, I'd advocate for having the majority of the office in the CBD, and do that anyway. That's not something we need to do, but it's just how cities establish and how they function. I would enable some retail in the local sub-region, but some office, in the sub-regional and local centres, because you do need access to local office-based employment. It's striking the balance between how much goes where to get the optimal outcome. It's not overly difficult to do. And then that's your distribution aspect of the question. In terms of the supply and demand aspect of the question, price matter. It's a matter of looking at the market conditions and whether the rents and availability of space across a low, mid and high rent range are available. Much the same as with housing, you need to provide low cost housing and also matter of price and quantity. So I would say if you're assessing the quantity of office, you need to consider the price of office at the same time with the residential market required by the NCD.
I'll ask Jeremy some more questions about this because it's trying to lock in the prime function of the CBD. The office a lot because it does seem to be one way of actually getting people in the right place of CBDs. So I'll just move on from that. I did want to go back to joint witness statement. Do you have that available, Stephen?
Yes.
The discussion about the economic assessment, the need of it, for 32 of the KWS mainly as I see it. And in this F32, it was agreed by you and Mr. Heath that subject to sufficient time and resources, economic assessment of impact could be undertaken using the relevant economic theory. Now, you agreed that. But then you said necessary. Here that should we request this be done? And is your answer that you've already done what's needed in the gravity model?
Well, the gravity model is best practice for assessing trade impacts. I've completed that. That significant cost to my client following the discussion from the joint witness statement. Council have taken their impact assessment and they've reached their conclusion. So I'm comfortable with my model, and the question is Keith comfortable with his?
Would there be any value? Mr. He has critiqued your model. It's not purpose. Is there anything we can do to, as decision makers, try and break the deadlock? Is there any process you recommend here?
Well, I don't accept Mr. Heath's conclusion for the reason that it's simply a summing error and the model results don't change. So I don't think that the purpose concern that Mr. Heath raised should be a concern. Second gravity model. So I can only answer myself, but my model is sufficient for my requirements. I don't know how to answer the question of whether another model would be sufficient for someone else's requirements.
No, that's the question. How might, through the work you've done, which you're satisfied with, through the participation of the people who are looking on it, other process, give us some more confidence that, you know, we talk about peer review, for example, that will be a normal process for a major project if we're seeing this as a resource consent or a plan change or something. Is that something we should be thinking about?
That may be some merit in that. I'd be happy to provide more detailed outputs, more detailed descriptions of the calibration of the model. Answering specific questions that assist the panel.
I think, if you respond to that, back to what I'm trying to do is, for our purposes, try and help.
Yeah, no,
I
I
think,
think it's a good idea.
yeah, and I think there's been a lot of cooperation. You know, we are getting, yeah, the discussion of helping us understand the different pieces. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what you raised before, like you said, getting under the bonnet, if we can get agreement for assumptions, data and things like that, then it'll get closer to a level of comfort around the outputs.
Um, oh, it was just a style thing. In your paragraph 21, talk about human economics, property economics. Is another word for yourself on the stage.
That's great.
So this is not one of these type of evidence. It's a provide effort by anyone else we're not talking to. Just to clarify.
Well, I do have assistance with the preparation of some of my work, but I oversee it and review it.
So that's the subtlety there. Let them know in paragraph 21. This is where you're talking about land values, CBD, and refer to just wondered that what's the year that the evaluation was done?
The most recent valuation, the council valuation data.
Yes.
So whatever the latest council valuation data is, based on that, assuming it hasn't been.
If someone assist, find that somehow. Either the people here or.
So I can clarify that in my, can I clarify the updated table?
Okay. Five. Oh, I was interested in your use of term in your paragraph 44. Weird punchline in the middle of there. Under all of these scenarios, the impacts are less than minor. The trade competition and economic being nil, being offset growth in short period. That's your pretty key finding. The less than minor technology.
I would probably replace that with insignificant. I've realised less than minor has a specific meaning for resource applications and inadvertently put that in there. And insignificant would be a better.
Oh, your figure 7, which is where you show the impact on CBD employment in 4 cities. So the red line's Auckland, the orange line is Christchurch. Blue. So where would you see just in the trend line, you commit being somewhere around Northern Ireland? with that?
In terms of the rate of growth,
Is it been?
look at that, and just at face value, say that Hamilton. Oh, I see.
You're trying to show the impact of centres that you don't have.
Yes, so that's obviously CBDs that have had
CBD
any shopping
have
malls, so we can see what's
yeah,
happened
see
on
what's
the ground. And your question is, where would New Plymouth fit in with that? Well, I think given the scale of the proposal is relatively small in terms of a modern shopping centre at around 30,000 square metres, be quite important to the size of the region. And that reason, I would say the Hamilton example is probably quite a good example. Obviously, the base is a very large centre that's right at the upper end. So the new shopping centres range from 30 to 100,000. 100,000 is quite a big centre. This is a bit smaller.
The Christchurch one, I was involved with a hearing on the Christchurch replacement plans post break, so through 2013, 2000. You can see the obvious crash with the earthquakes. But my understanding of the Christchurch market is that now sort of spoke of 5 or 6 shopping centres that go out reasonably sort of circular from the Christchurch CBD. Some of those have been post-earthquake, some of them will repair. The data to me says that even the earthquake and then from that lower base, we are seeing a slight increase in the CBD. Is this but the CBD there is really contracted. We're dealing with different sizes of.
Well, obviously, it's an entirely different scenario. I think the CBD is grown since the earthquake. Grown much quicker if this wasn't reduced in size, and office and other core activities not required to meet certain standards, and they were more able just to be built at a basic level just to get that first round of activity happening quickly. Knew that in 20, 30 years they would be replaced with new bigger buildings once that critical mass has established. So I would approach it quite differently to other council. I would approach it trying to reduce the size of it and create the best CBD from scratch. I would have said, well, that's just not possible. Establish that critical mass first, and then in the businesses that can't afford expensive new office buildings, etc., would have had a shot at getting back into the CBD quicker. But obviously that ship's sailed now, and the CBD is coming back. But I think the approach is.
I think that's everything I have. Thank you for your assistance.
I realise that I omitted to reference Mr. Brown, who's patiently stayed online. So I wonder if he could go next and we could swap him in for lunch. Is that?
Yeah, that's fine. Mr. Brown.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. My apologies for being between you and the sandwiches.
No. Still sandwiches can wait. All right. So we have read your evidence. You've been listening patiently as best you can. So I think we'll just go straight to questions. starting with Kat.
Mr. Brown, I think I do need to record the last time I saw you. You said you were never appearing as a witness again.
So that was Environment Court.
Oh, that was the Environment Court.
There are
Okay.
legacy jobs that have been going since 2017 that one has to see to a fruitful conclusion.
Okay, all right. But it is good to see you again.
Thank you.
A couple of things. Now you would have had presumably an opportunity to hear what Ms. Taylor mentioned in her speaker notes yesterday when the hearing began, and she offered some criticisms of your factors that I understand were put forward to try and allay any concerns about increased greenhouse gas emissions from cars that might be involved in coming to the centre. Do you want to go through her criticisms and let us know whether there's any that you violently disagree with or that we should disregard, and if so, why?
I don't have a copy of her evidence in front of me, but it is a vehicle-centric development. There's no doubt about that. I've pointed out in my evidence 6 reasons why I consider there are positive benefits from a greenhouse gas point of view to reduce that consumption. And I might add, I'm here to reduce my carbon dioxides for this job. But the fact that there is already a consented development, I think speaks volumes to it, and those effects have already been taken consideration of. There is the Valley Shopping Centre directly across the road, and there's discussion about that and how is it connected, is it not connected? Through the work that we did, plus the 4 other consultancies that I know have looked at it and reviewed it or done peer reviews, no one has criticised the allowance that we made for a small amount of traffic movements between the two, but recognising that there is some connectivity limitations at the moment, the upgrading factors in much better pedestrian crossing facilities at the Smart Road intersection and the provision of footpaths in the public realm. And also the consented design has a very strong focus to that Smart Road, Devon Road intersection. It's almost a gateway into the site. Now, as Mr. York has pointed out, the valley is back on the state highway. There's just a tilt slab rear to all the shops, and it's masked by a row of trees. And when we discussed with council how we provide that pedestrian connectivity, they agreed a pedestrian footpath would be provided down Smart Road on the opposite side to the entrance to the Harvey Norman building. And some pedestrian crossing facilities would be provided at the Kateri Road intersection. Council had a study that was about to be started looking at the wider pedestrian connectivity in that area. There is in the design and in the aerial provision for the passenger transport infrastructure, I noticed some comments about it potentially not being described as a public service. So I'm happy with that. I can't imagine anyone providing a private service. I talked briefly also about the leakage out of the region, relying on Mr. Thompson for his advice on that. But also the road upgrading. I don't think the significance of this can be understated. This upgrading is significant. I've been doing traffic for 38 years, and this would be in the top 3 of all the upgrading that's to be done. The base would probably be the number 1 because there was massive upgrading to accommodate State Highway 1 flows. The site that was mentioned at New Plymouth, Wakatani, doesn't even come close to that. The second one is probably all the work needed for the development of Stonefields, the residential and educational area that was the Mount Wellington Quarry. That involved a lot of work in the area. Now, what's important to come out in this, I would consider, is the fact that the mitigation is not just mitigation for the development per se and the thresholds that have been locked in now. It's mitigation also for what we were required to do in the way of background traffic growth. So we were required to factor in 3 years of growth at 3.1% compounding. Now, what does this mean? It mathematically works out at 9.6% more traffic, background traffic, but let's call it 10% to make the numbers easy. So all of the background traffic flows not associated with this development, this land, had to be accommodated before we even considered the impacts of our traffic. We accepted that. We didn't agree with the 3.1, but it was done. But yesterday I had some staff of mine just go to the NZTA website to look at the traffic counts on the state highway, because COVID has certainly disrupted things. Now, some notes, I'll go through slowly here for you. We did the traffic surveys in 2017. In 2018 and 2019, the volumes on Devon Road, west of Smart Road, that's on the city side, were less than 2017. And since then, we've been affected by COVID, and 2018 is much lower. So what has been analysed and has been factored into the road upgrading is not only this 3 years of compounding growth, the extra 10%, but also effectively recovery since 2017 for the downturn that's occurred. Now, I don't know how long that could be. Let's say it's 6 years. That's a significant period of time that mitigation has been provided for. Terry Church made the comment, or it might have been Megan commenting, we were mitigating the effects. It's more than that. We're mitigating the effects and mitigating the growth in the surrounding area from all of the background traffic. And it's not just the traffic on Devon, it's also the traffic coming out of the valley. It's other traffic using Kateri Road and Smart Road. And 10% or thereabouts is quite a number. And if you have access to our ITA, there's a helpful graphic. It's figure 31. And that shows the extent of the modelling, the queues, the modelling queues. Now, forgetting about the development and what we're considering today, if that growth occurred, the queue from the Smart Road intersection would be about a third longer than it is now with that growth. And that's a significant increase. All of that has been mitigated, plus the traffic associated with the project. But the mitigation is more than just traffic. As I said, the pedestrian connections, to come back to your question, across the Smart Road intersection, the pedestrian connections into the site, and the pedestrian connection to the valley.
Okay, so when both Ms. Taylor and Mr. Church say that development or the road upgrade works once once the centre as consented is complete, will essentially mean that the capacity will be the same and that the area will operate the same. Do you agree with that, or are you saying that we should add to that comment that it also takes into account growth over that period and is therefore there's a margin of capacity in there?
Yes, the capacity has been increased at the intersections to provide for the traffic associated with this land and the growth into the future for 3 years at a very heavy rate.
Okay. Does it also involve dealing with the impacts of congestion at the moment, or I suppose that's a given, isn't it?
The congestion, looking at the graphic, figure 31, if you have the ITA at some point for your background reading, or figure 32, shows roughly the lengths. The comparable lengths on all the approaches are much the same between the development and the existing situation, except in the PM peak travelling back into the city, say from the airport into the city. And that queue, as I said, is about 1/3 longer without the development, without the plan change, with that extra growth. So that has been mitigated by the upgrading that's occurring. Now, this upgrading is massive. Other than the leg to the Harvey Norman in the valley, Each of the other approaches now has 3 lanes on the highway, 2 lanes on Smart Road. They each have another 2 lanes added to them. And of course, there's the downstream effects also that have to be accommodated.
Yeah, I've seen.
Some of this work is in excess of 150, 200 metres long. And to provide for it, there was questions about, has it been enacted and the like. A significant proportion of the site's original land has already been vested to council on Smart Road to provide for this upgrading. And other land along the Devon frontage also needs to be done.
Okay. Thank you for that. Please don't take this the wrong way, but I don't intend to print out your ITA and stick it on my bedside table. I have a bunch of ITAs that I'm still trying to work through, but I think we do have it available to us. Perhaps it might be helpful if you were to maybe just pull out that figure and make sure that it's available to us through Ms. Barry Pacino. That'd be helpful.
Well, I know traffic reports are a cure for insomnia, but I'll certainly produce those 2 graphs, those 2 illustrations.
All right, that'd be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I've nothing further to discuss. Thanks.
Certainly better reading than most planning reports.
Planning reports need a higher level of intelligence, I think.
Debatable. Look, thank you for your attendance, and I think it's been particularly important that you have sat through this hearing. Traffic interpretation as including multimodal future, I see is going to play a big part in the city, and we're interested in Megan talking about the pedestrian bridge across the Waiwakaio through to Fitzroy, these sort of things. So I think, really thank you for sitting through. I don't have any questions, but I have this one request. Just your speaking notes there where you've gone back and clarified a few points for us. Could you just put those together in a little addendum statement?
I would do that.
The thinking work you've done,
Yes.
along with that figure from your integrated traffic assessment.
I'll just do a 2-pager for you. Yes.
A 2-pager, and just introduce that via Kate into Christine.
Yep.
Be really,
If
important.
I could just close with just an observation. The vehicle composition, the makeup of New Zealand's vehicle fleet is going to change in the future with electric vehicles. My recollection is Tesla Model 3 was the biggest selling vehicle in the last quarter. I'm aware of several people in this hearing that already have electric vehicles, and that's only going to continue. I heard recently that in 2014, one of the big European manufacturers will not be making internal combustion engine vehicles. So we're in a transitional period. So that in itself will have some benefits to greenhouse gas productions. So I'll just leave it with those comments.
Thank you. Appreciate your assistance.
Thank you.
Right, Kate, I think that's us for lunch. Let's come back at 1:30, with the 3/4 of an hour. And I'm sure we're going to get through your further witnesses. Any other comments before we adjourn?
So can I just make a timing? Mr. Heath's got to catch a 3:30 flight back to from a procedural point of view. Will you see the council's team responding in terms of today, or it's a matter we can probably come back to after.
Yes, look, I'm going to have a talk with Kit over lunch. My feeling is that we're probably going to get best value given the spirit of the hearing and what we've heard, and looking at some next steps for working together rather than you reporting back to us at the moment. And I think that won't take too long. Both sides can sort of have a think about that. We'll have a discussion rather than a directions session about that. I anticipate that, well, look, unless anyone's desperate for 3/4 of an hour, should we just have a half-hour break just to make sure we don't cut ourselves short. All right, we'll return at 1:15, and it'll be a race for the remaining sandwiches, but, yeah.
Appreciate that.
Come back
Thank
at
you.
1:15. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ditch. So it'll now be Mr. Batchelor presenting his planning evidence.
I'll just summarise the main points of my statement. Got some additional comments based on issues I'm expecting, and see how I get on with that. So my evidence is two issues. It's the providing a lion's share of planning evidence, background to the project. So the two issues, one is around the zoning as a mechanism. As to zoning, particularly around the national planning standards. So in terms of the zoning as a mechanism to I've had a look at that from the perspective of my experience with Hamilton. The reason I chose those two sites, a couple of things, is that they had a similar quality in moving from a more effects-based planning model to a more prescriptive, zone-based setup. So that's the primary reason for choosing those. I mean, I am familiar with other areas, but I guess that was the distinction. And I've summarised very briefly a lot of issues, principally around neighbourhood provision for office and large format retail and industrial zone. So they curtailed that significantly, and it was very contentious because there had been a very generous allocation of development rights. A lot of it was zoned business for large format retail, recognising those activities that were set up or consented. But also there was a real issue around office that had been allowed to expand into industrial zones. The Tauranga situation was different. It's the residential zone that industrial zone was quite tight, reasonably tight, but the residential zone had quite loose provisions, particularly around suburban offices, creating new centres. So in both those plan making processes, it was a process of identifying, evaluating those sites and activities that warrant zoning. And it was high in other provisions, but it was incredibly contentious. And I think, reflecting on what's happening here, it's no surprise that there's difficulty in working through that and fitting the old regime into dovetailing that into what's now planned. So I didn't really see this as any surprise that there was difficulty in making this one shift. But having thought about it, I sort of identified what I see as sort of core principles behind the decisions that were made across both councils. And it was really looking at recognising the fundamental change in activity. These activities weren't likely to revert back even to the industrial or sort of residential activity. And the better approach was seen to be to provide certainty to those activities and how they can operate, and to directly addressing these. So I just noted there, it's clearly not a duty on the council to take any particular path on this, but whether that's best practice, it's certainly some practice elsewhere. You know, it's, people can be moved on. The second part of my evidence is around reasonably practical options, the national planning standards. And I just noted there that my understanding that we'd reached a conclusion on what was on the table for consideration. I was a bit surprised to see that come through as a key matter of contention. I guess an alternative perspective around, particularly around the zone and how I felt that was reasonably compliant with the requirements of the national planning standards. Because I did look at that at the time of the joint of the caucusing and the preparation statement. I dug a little deeper, and I've set that out in my evidence here. I've gone back to some guidance the Ministry of the Environment provided in that. That might be helpful to making a decision on whether or not. So, set out my analysis of special purpose zone in this instance against those sort of questions that were set out in that guidance document. Going to my overall conclusions, I don't consider that the national planning standards require sort of slavish adherence. I think there is scope within those to find solutions, and I've no impediment to looking at either special zone or commercial zone. I think both of them have some shortcomings. I think they to me provide the two most appropriate, certainly more appropriate general industrial. The key difference of identified, it's in paragraph 6.31. And it comes to it's 2 days in terms of recognising the site as a centre within the plan hierarchy. Have a close look at state development issue. I think the sort of right, Mr. Bonus made a comment that identifying the site as a centre had some flow-on consequences of treating the centre as for additional residential development. I've had a look through the national policy statement to see whether that's conclusion or not. And I've come to a different view. Looking at objective 3, housing in an area that is in or near a centre zone and other areas with many employment opportunities. That is also sort of qualified by other provisions in the national policy statement. And particularly looking at policy 5A. Well, I should go to 5A and tier 2 centres.
Just hold the, I'll just grab the, yes. He started at objective 3.
3 versus
Which was the
So objective 3 talks about regional policy statements and district plans enabling people to live in to be located in or near a centre zone. But that's it's a enabling provision. I don't believe when you read the rest of the national policy statement that it requires requires all centres to have housing within. Choose one. Go to policy 1. C.
Can I just interrupt, Mr. Batchelor? Every time you look down at your computer, I lose you for about 10 seconds. So I'm only sort of getting 50% of what you're saying. Can you? I can't tell you to not look at your computer, but just maybe pause each time you do, and then. Lovely, thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Policy 1C. This requires urban environments to have a variety of homes, and C, it has a set of criteria around what represents good accessibility. So from that, I read that there's a judgment call to be made about where homes should go relative to accessibility as set out there with housing jobs, services, natural spaces, and so on. So there's some qualities that need to be taken into account. Then I go to policy 5. It talks about how the NPS applies to tier 2 and tier 3 urban environments. And there's a different standard of compliance in there, less prescriptive than it is for tier 1 centres, which I think is a relevant consideration. Then I go to subpart 6, intensification in tier 1 urban environments, where there is prescription around identifying building heights and densities under policy 3. That's a requirement of tier 1. And that applies in city centre zones and metropolitan centre zones as a mandatory requirement. But all of that is subject to qualifying matters. So the point I'm making overall, there's a direction of change sought, but a lot of considerations along the way to make sure that the decision you make makes sense. That's how I see the NPS. I don't see it as necessarily saying a centre must have housing if you call it a centre. That's my take.
Okay.
I've had to think about that in the context of the Hamilton and Tauranga settings that I'm most familiar with. And in the Tauranga setting, I am aware, at the moment they're working through the implementation of the medium density housing strategy for those plans as they're required to by. I know that the Tauranga setting had a look at the sub-regional centres, and there's 4 of those, and they've made decisions on those. Some are seen as suitable to be surrounded or including housing. Wairake, which is the Blue Haven Centre, that's one of those. There's another centre, Tauriko, which is in an industrial setting, similar to this one, where they've said, no, that's not a centre that warrants housing. So they've made a distinction looking at those qualities. And similar in Hamilton, Chartwell centre is identified, the sub-regional centre. It's sitting in a residential environment, surrounded by residential. Looking at that as a place of intensification. When it comes to the base, that's in an industrial setting, they're not doing that. So I think they are applying some judgment using these criteria around the sense of accessibility to various things. Will it actually produce that well-functioning environment? So from that, I see, the policy says that's not mandatory, and I'm seeing in practice, it's early days, those things are still being formulated, but I can see that the practitioners are applying that in a way that looks at the sense of each situation. So I feel that the same can apply. In terms of whether this place should be recognised as a centre, and I think the evidence from Mr. York and Mr. Thompson, this is factually a centre, and I think that's an important consideration. How that sits within the strategic policies in the plan is the consideration. And I have noted that in the Hamilton and Tauranga cases, they have incorporated their sub-regional centres into their hierarchy. They've managed to grapple with that and found a way to deal with that, even though they have quite different functions. I think they've seen it as more appropriate to be really clear on what those centres function as, so planning decisions can be made around. Given some thoughts to the issue of sort of idea that this should be left to the future to see what emerges. As a general approach, I don't think that's appropriate. I think there's enough of an understanding of this locality around current land uses, foreseeability of home development, the foreseeability of development up Smart Road at a time. And there's a number of other changes in the local environment about the linkage between the Valley and Fitzroy, potential moving out of an industry into another use that's more culturally acceptable in this locality. I can see a real benefit in this location of doing some kind of spatial planning in this area that looks out over, say, 30 years. Some form of local area. Look at scenarios and how they might evolve. That might be the next review, but I think this is an area that seems to be in the process of change. There's evidence of that, at least on the Woodhaven site, set up of things that are going on in this area that might alter things significantly over time. In terms of retaining the general industry zone, I don't believe that's the most efficient and effective approach. And purely from a developer perspective, we've heard about the complexity that consent is quite prescriptive. And I think Mr. Bonus acknowledged the point too, that it's highly likely that consent will need to be amended from time to time as that development rolls out over potentially 10, 15, 20 years till it's fully developed. So I think it's important that there is a planning framework here that does enable some intelligent discussion on what the real issues are, as opposed to sort of rearguard actions and uncertainties that can end up with a lot of inconsistency in decision making. So for me, I believe my preference would be to have it zoned to recognise the commercial with clarity around intention. On the issue of activity status for overscale proposals that have come through, Jeremy's evidence that should be a restricted discretionary activity. Mr. Wallace suggesting discretionary, suggesting voluntarily. I am comfortable with where Jeremy's at, recommending restricted discretionary. And the reason I say that is that the effects that are important for consideration in increasing scale are understood. The policies have been well set out. If there's concern that the outcomes are not clear enough, that to me is a matter of improving objectives and policies or improving assessment criteria rather than escalating activity status. That's in terms of plan, it's been my approach over years. In fact, I wrote an entire district plan with no non-compliant. So I'm probably I have a bit of a bias in that regard, and I know that they've attempted to change the Act several times to remove non-compliant activities, which I've always been a huge champion of making that change, but it hasn't happened. But yeah, so from a planning, which is a planning philosophy, I'd rather see really well defined outcomes, objectives, policies, aid decision making. Whether it's restricted or discretionary, is the ability to consider things properly, is the ability to refuse consent. I don't see what the benefit of moving back to non-complying activity would be unless people were so unclear about outcomes. Sure. Thanks, some questions.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you for that. Pulling those threads together. We'll Kit first.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Batchelor. Only really a couple of things I wanted to talk to you about. The first is I think you and Mr. Bonis have reached the same position that there's nothing legally which compels a reconsideration of zoning following the existence of the resource consent, and it comes down to a question of weight. You're also on the same page, I think, that you do think it ought to have enough weight to at least drive a change from industrial zone to some form of more enabling commercial zone, albeit there's a debate about what it's called and what it contains. But coming back to the first question, I asked Mr. Bonis what were the key reasons in his mind for giving the consent some weight to enable that change. And I wrote down in the margin of his report, there were a couple of factors. He said it was a large block of land. It was in single ownership. It's within an existing urban fabric, and there had been some significant investment in advance. So my question is, do you agree with those factors? And if not, why not? And are there any other factors that sort of weigh in favour of actually giving the existence of the consent sufficient weight to warrant a rezoning here, in your mind?
I agree with those factors, and I suppose the other thing I'll come back to my comment about the local area plan idea. Here we have a land use which will happen in some form or another. It's a significant thing, and it needs to be factored into other decision making. It's infrastructure modelling, transport modelling, commercial centre modelling. It needs to be seen as accepted part of what is the urban plan.
Mm-hmm.
I think also that the plan itself should be honest about the activity, that other people in this area can see that this is it's a particular land use that's going to have an influence around the site. probably going to create some elements of risk sensitivity in a way. It's going to be influencing activities around it. Over time, this environment will change. I think that was reinforced by comments today on those cultural issues. I haven't really understood that at all until today. That this issue of transformation of the area from a kind of low quality industrial area to something better in the future. I didn't realise that was an issue. I think that's a really important thing. It's really reinforced my view that this centre should be recognised. In fact, this area longer term is probably one.
So you would, just to clarify then, make sure I got my notes right, you would add to Mr. Bonis's factor the scale of what is proposed and the fact that it essentially sends shockwaves throughout the rest of the plan that need to be accommodated. And I didn't mean to make that sound dramatic, but I think that's your point around it's something that drives much more place-based planning, your local area plan. And the other factor, which I agree was quite important and well received, is the notion that it's actually supported by local tangata whenua, by Tāwhiri Kura, as another factor that would lend itself to the consent being given some weight in terms of creating a future outcome here. So those are the two additional factors you would add? I've lost you.
Just having a look at my notes.
Oh, sorry.
The only other point I'd make, it might be slightly off topic, but something that Mr. York mentioned in terms of residential use on the site, that at the moment that's very limited. There are some issues there because it was a contaminated site, and it's been, as we've heard, it's been remediated to a point where it's certainly commercial, basically vertical residential with it. So we'll never have a kind of traditional form of residential. It will only be a multi-level type of development. But there is potential, and I'm actually involved with another project with a proposal to have a multi-level retirement village and rest home, as opposed to the normal at-grade extensive model. So looking into the future, I can see this as a location for something of that nature, which is sort of new facilities and activities. That might be it's not the norm, but
okay. Thanks for that. Your reference to other aspects of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development led me to Policy 6C, and I don't know if you've got that in front of you there, and I just wanted to get your view on how we ought to read that particular policy. The policy says, and it's speaking directly to us as I see it, when making planning decisions that affect urban environments, decision makers have particular regard to the following matters. Sub-item C is the benefits of urban development that are consistent with well-functioning urban environments, as described in Policy 1. And I wanted to get your view on how we ought to interpret that specific matter, because it's potentially ambiguous, and I wanted to get your view on it. The first is that it's not actually making a statement about the benefits of urban development, i.e. those are to be determined on a case-by-case basis. So that's one potential interpretation. Or the other is that it is actually being, to some extent, directive as to the type of urban development that will have benefits for the community, i.e. urban development that's consistent with a well-functioning urban environment. So which, I mean, it's a subtle distinction, but do you have a particular view on how it ought to speak to us?
It's pointing decision makers back to policy one. Homes.
Again, look, to clarify, if, I guess put it this way, if we are satisfied that the urban development that is in front of us achieves as a minimum one of the matters identified in policy 1, then it follows that it will have benefits, or do we have to separately make an evaluation as to that factor?
Just the question. I didn't quite, can you just run the question again? I just need to.
Does the policy statement essentially tell us that urban development that is consistent with what a well-functioning urban environment is as per policy 1 has benefits? Or do we need to be separately persuaded that this is that the environment or the development in question has benefits? Does the policy statement presuppose that well-functioning urban environments have benefits, or is that something that we need to address on a case-by-case basis?
I would say that this policy is telling you that it has these qualities.
Sorry, you just dropped out then on the critical part of your answer. What was it?
Saying that if your decision is made on the basis that the proposal has these some of these qualities,
Yep.
as appropriate, that is a good decision.
Okay, because it will have benefits.
Yes.
Okay.
If I understand right, it's pretty good.
I may have just been spending way too much time staring at these words, and another person might look at it and go, "What are you talking about?" But certainly that's the way I take it. Just to let everyone know, I tend to think that the policy statement has effectively established a proposition that things that meet the criteria for well-functioning urban environments have benefits, and we don't have to look further than that. That's almost taken away the need to get into a full cost benefit analysis. If you can tick these boxes, then that's what we want, because the government has said that those sorts of urban environments have benefits for people. So that's certainly sort of my initial sort of interpretation of it, which I guess is the whole point of a national policy statement, isn't it? To give direction and avoid people going around in circles too much. The last thing I just wanted to talk to you about is, and it is really one of the issues that I think Mr. Brophy mentioned yesterday as one of the key issues, is whether this is a centre or not a centre. And I don't want to add to the debate on this. I want to get a sense from your knowledge of the provisions of the plan, putting to one side whether it is or it isn't as a matter of fact. From a planning perspective, what does recognition as a centre give this land, in addition to or than it not being identified as a centre? What's the planning implication in the context of this plan to having that label attached to it?
Partly it would be, it gets brought into this network or hierarchy. It's identified.
You've gone. I've lost you. Sorry. I missed all of that.
Work, the ones that are identified, those are seen as valued resources. And if another proposal comes along, for example, if someone proposed a new suburban centre in Upsmart Road, we would look at that and say, what's the impact of that on this established centre with this investment? So it would actually be part of that baseline for looking at the logic of other additional centres or additional out of centre development.
Hmm. So if I take that right, by being brought within the policy, because the policies at the strategic level currently use the language of centres, by being brought within that, in the future, the centre is thus protected from other newcomers to the market. Is that where you see the benefit of it?
That is a benefit. I think that's why these centres have been identified. Say, well, this is a network or a hierarchy which is meeting the needs of the city and providing a well-functioning environment, and it's to ensure that any future decisions take that into account. It also comes back to the point I made before about having planning framework that provides some certainty for inevitable changes that will occur on the site. The current plan will no doubt change over time, but anything will. Nothing's set in stone. I think that's another important reason for
I understand what you're saying. I can't help be struck by the circularity of the argument to some extent, because it's actually the way the policy is currently drafted without reference to Blue Haven is exactly, it's in a way it's doing what the council intended it to do, which is make a barrier to some extent to new entrants into that commercial centre hierarchy or network, whatever we call it.
So it's working well. It's a spotlight on the centre and its functional needs and everything else. But I think it comes down to the level of investment that's made as well. A similar kind of argument that this creates multiple benefits.
I think the other thing that that is sort of quite a contextual situation here is that we are involved in a complete plan review. We are doing it under the auspices of some different national directions. And so if now is if there was a time to effectively set in place a structure for the urban environment of the district, then now is the time to do it to some extent. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I do agree with that. And I think it is a bit unfortunate that the reality of the centre wasn't kind of thought about in the formulation of the plan a little more. Perhaps those scenarios modelled what the future might look like with the centre there. And that might have opened up a conversation about what change is going to be made to improve it or make it a more well-functioning environment. And I think that's kind of, because of it's been somewhat adversarial, I don't think that opportunity to optimise what this place could be has really been looked at that closely. And for me, would be the next time the plan's reviewed, that might be something to look at.
Yeah, I mean, it's I wouldn't say unfortunate. It's a consequence of where everyone was at the time. I mean, fortunately, the legal advice we've got is that there's a lot of scope to manage the future for this area. And the other thing we've also got going is that the government is whipping us along with a big stick, which actually says we've got to do all that we can to enable urban, well-functioning urban environments, and those are environments which effectively include a variety of sites suitable for different business sectors in terms of location and site size. So, to some extent, a lot of the debate and hand-wringing has been sort of become a little bit secondary in terms of the national directives we've got at play here now. So anyway, all right, that's me philosophizing and all done. I have no more questions. Thank you, Mr. Batchelor.
Thank you, Craig. And I think between your anticipation and that discussion with Kit, I think that closes off all my questions again. I think your participation in the process and the hearing does add quite an important perspective where you can sit back, give us some advice from your experience, particularly in Hamilton and Tauranga. We made some good notes about the reason why you've chosen those as examples. Yeah, so thank you, and we'll see where we get to. Rosie, is it?
Rosie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I'd like to do is just work through my executive summary, which was provided yesterday. There's some copies there. What I've also done is provided a response table that was provided over the weekend. And the reason that I've drafted that table is with regard to the unusual sequence of attaching the final provisions that I've drafted to my evidence. So there's a bit of a disconnect there between other submitters and whether they've sort of had time to review that. So I've sort of tried to pick up the points of difference and be efficient for you guys to cut to the chase. So yeah, there are quite a few comments in the table, so feel free to work through those as well. So working through my executive summary, so point 1 and 2, overview of who I am, and also a summary of how we've got here, and I guess the timing of drafting of these provisions, and I guess the fact that they were relatively constrained in terms of timing, and a lot of work had gone in through all the planners, and I'd just like to commend all the other planners as well for the work that was put in getting to where we are now. At point 3 there's just one error that I'd like to correct that was raised in Ms. Hepperwaite's evidence, and it relates to the quantum of retail. In the sub-regional centre zone provisions, I had 19,365. That figure is actually 16,211, and relates to the consented figures.
Can you just take us to the page into evidence, please, Jeremy?
And the draft provisions.
Yes.
22. Uh, 22, which is page 5 of 10.
Yes.
So there's
is there any development up to 1,700 square metres net floor area of business service? That's fine. And that's got up to 22,200 net floor area of retail. So that should be 16,211. Yep. And the rest of it's all correct. That's the one. The other area is R23. R30 is, yeah, R23 to R30. As the areas C, D, and E. Again, you've got the 19,000 figure. That should be the 16,000 figure. The net floor area of retail. That was it. But where those figures are provided, they will run through the rest of the provisions, I guess.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, so moving on to 4A. So I've provided a summary of the key aspects of my evidence with respect to zoning of the Blue Haven development site. These are as follows. When considering the national planning standards, I do acknowledge that there is no perfect fit in terms of specified zones for the Blue Haven site. However, special purpose zone and commercial zone do provide the most reasonably practicable options for consideration. And this was confirmed in the planning joint witness statement. The notified general industrial zone option was also considered as a reasonably practicable option at the planning caucus. In the strategic direction, urban form and development hearing, Blue Haven provided extensive evidence that the notified GIZ option is not appropriate due to the consented existing environment, which has been established through consent and has been given effect to. As identified in Mr. York's evidence, the validation report with regard to soil contamination conditions of consent is in the process of being finalised to complete stage 1 of this granted consent. Section 32AA assessment by Mr. Bonas confirms my opinion that the GIZ is neither an efficient or effective zone option, and it is not considered to be appropriate. NPDC planners Ms. O'Byrne and Ms. Edwards also agree with this position, as was communicated as a matter of agreement in the pre-hearing meeting held on 11th of October 2021 between Blue Haven and NPDC. Excerpt there included in the summary. I'll also note that hearing the cultural expert evidence of Ngāmata Skipper today supports the outcome that the GIZ zone is not appropriate for this piece of land from a cultural perspective. Policy 2 of the National Policy Statement for Urban Development requires that New Plymouth District Council, as a Tier 2 council, provides at least sufficient development capacity to meet the expected demand for housing and for business land over the short term, medium term and long term. Mr. Thompson has advised that in his opinion, the city centre zone has no ground floor capacity to accommodate the needs of new large format retail business, even though LFR is enabled as a listed permitted activity in the centre city zone. This issue further supports Blue Haven's position that the Blue Haven site should be formally recognised as a centre, acknowledging its importance in providing this business land that will assist in providing for future development capacity in the city. The Regional Policy Statement for Taranaki within SUD Policy 1 seeks to promote sustainable development in urban areas, specifically providing for regionally significant infrastructure. In my opinion, this includes network utilities such as Devon Road, State Highway 3 adjoining the Blue Haven site. Sub-regional centre zone provisions include rules that provide for upgrades to the state highway and adjoining Smart Road and Kartiri roads. The relief sought in this zone therefore gives effect to the RPS. And I'll also note that in my view, it would be unlikely that these upgrade requirements would be provided for if it was zoned a GIS type zone, given that traffic volumes probably be quite a bit lower. So there's a point of difference there. There is substantial agreement between planning, engineering, traffic engineering experts as recorded in the traffic corpus. And I will note here that the matters in contention appear to be limited to public transport through the precinct and also matters on greenhouse gas, which we heard about this morning. Through to point G, just noting here the difference in opinion between economists, which has been well covered. In my opinion, the evidence of Mr. Thompson is preferred. He has used an assessment methodology that is well accepted and has completed a gravity model which forms the basis of his evidence. Through to H, Mr. Bonis's section 42A report in paragraph 154 focuses on consent's economic effects on the CBD and notes that the effects of this consent are yet to be felt on the city centre. However, Mr. Bonis does accept in the joint witness statement that the consent has been given effect to and does form part of the existing environment. If the consent is accepted as having been given effect to and as part of the existing environment, including all the retail distributional effects that may arise from the Blue Haven Centre as consented. In my opinion, the effects from the zoning and centre status sought over and above those of the granted land use consent should be the focus of the rezoning assessment. The sub-regional centre zone overview statement provides detailed context on the cultural setting of the Blue Haven site. And there are a number of sites of significance to Māori and archaeological sites adjoining Blue Haven development site. The objectives, policies and rules in the sub-regional centre zone require protection of important cultural views, low impact stormwater design, establishment of a new PO, enhancement of the Mangaoni stream corridor, comprehensive landscaping and engagement with Ngāti Tāwhirikura hapu on built form design. And in point J, the city and town centre design guide and evidence provided earlier should be proposed as a non-statutory tool to assist in achieving high quality urban design outcomes within the sub-regional centre zone. The guide cannot apply to the commercial zone because it is not a centre which is defined in the national planning standards. In point 5, I've noted two key areas that there has been substantial agreement between planning experts, and I won't labour on that too much. I'll just pick to the points of disagreement. 326. Actually, there is one point here that I will speak to. So looking at the precincts that have been provided, generally speaking, they are very similar. The one point that I would raise is that there is a brown internal road on the commercial zone precinct version, and it is not agreed that this would be necessary within the precinct. And the background to this goes right back to the master planning that was completed for the site in 2016, 2017, which considered access arrangements into the property. And as you'll see from your site visit out on site, the property has two levels. So from an engineering perspective, and in terms of cost and layout, an access directly up to that top platform just wasn't seen as being feasible from Smart Road. And in my view, it also creates a disconnect between the development and Otiri Park in terms of pedestrian connections and other. That would be something I wouldn't support in that version of the precinct. The other point there in 5B is that both the sub-regional centre zone and commercial zone options have their own high traffic generating rule embedded in the zone rules. And in terms of the Blue Haven version, in my opinion, this means we are not required to meet Tran R10, which is applied more broadly throughout the plan, given that we have a very good baseline of traffic assessment that was completed through the resource consent. Moving through to key matters in contention, 6A. So the key point that we've been discussing for most of the day, should this development be a centre? In my view, the site should be formally recognised as a centre, as it has an identified regional significance, which has been confirmed by both economists. And also the centre's network position versus centre's hierarchy. My position on this was provided in hearing 1 and remains the same, and that a network of centres is preferred. Moving through to C, point here on whether community and civic activities being provided for or duplicated within the Blue Haven site is a threat to the city centre zone. So the provisions that I have drafted for the sub-regional centre zone does provide for a number of community and civic activities that are considered to be complementary to other activities that form part of the consented existing environment. Community and civic activities that are currently located in the New Plymouth CBD are well established, and I do not believe that the Blue Haven site has the size or ability to detract from the range of community and civic activity facilities that are currently in the city centre. For example, the Lenlai Arts Centre, Pukeariki Museum and Library, and also green spaces such as Pukekura Park. Moving through to D, I've described the difference between the sub-regional centre zone version and the commercial zone version. One key thing to pick up here is my description relates to after roading infrastructure upgrades are completed. And in both versions, they have a restricted discretionary rule to enable those roading upgrades to be carried out. So I think I explained this in simplistic detail yesterday, but the Blue Haven provisions have two parts to them. First part is completing the necessary roading improvements for Area A, and then there are separate requirements for areas C, D, and E. Once those are completed, we then fall back to a list of permitted, restricted discretionary, and discretionary activities. And the point of difference here is that the zone provisions drafted by Mr. Bonis do not provide any permitted activities for Area A. And that any activity would still be triggered by a resource consent requirement there. So I believe it's an efficient outcome once these roading upgrades are actually provided to provide for some permitted activities on the site, as long as they don't exceed the stated net floor area thresholds. We've heard the evidence of Mr. Campbell and Ms. Marco for seeking non-complying status, and as identified in the Blue Haven response table provided, I don't support that approach. Moving through to E, a technical point here around the provisions around cinema versus entertainment and hospitality. So what I've got here is the commercial zone option provides 3,200 square metres of entertainment and hospitality, which would only provide net floor area for the consented cinema tenancy, and therefore no additional net floor area for any of the food and beverage offerings that were part of the consent. So my version looks to ring fence cinema, and it includes food and beverage under the broader category of retail. Moving through to F, just noting that we have two different versions of zones, and that the finer wording is different, although the content does not significantly differ in my mind, apart from the obvious centres approach. And then, yeah, to finalise, in my opinion, the sub-regional centre zone as a recognised centre with regional significance with the precinct layers proposed is the most appropriate way to achieve the objectives of the Resource Management Act, RPS, and relevant national policy statements.
Thank you, Jeremy. Take a pause for a couple of minutes. I've had way too much liquid over the lunch break. So take a one out for a couple of minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy. Did you want to highlight anything in particular in your table that we sort of saw over the weekend? And then there would be a bit of a checklist,
Yeah.
on where everyone's at.
So what we've done as well is we've given planning, economic, and traffic opinion where relevant. Yeah, I think most of the points are generally covered in my evidence and in my summary. I did wonder whether, given that the final zone provisions were attached to my evidence, whether all of the other submitters had the chance and the time to be able to read through them. Because I think through the final drafting, a few of these concerns had actually been resolved. You sort of can see through there. One of the other things I think has been raised that I've picked up through Ms. Markor's evidence is how the rule framework provides for cultural expression through the site. So the Blue Haven provisions have a restricted discretionary activity rule for any buildings. Reference that in precinct 11, 44.
Your regional zones.
Sub-regional zone, yeah.
44.
Yeah. So it's on page 8 of 10.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so, and what I've done in the drafting is, so I have there matter number 2, how the design responds to the relationship of Ngāti Tāwhiri Kura Hapu in exercising kaitiakitanga in their rohi, including matters contained in the policies above. And I note the point that Ms. Markle made about the prescriptive nature of those policies. But from what I'm seeing, that provides a baseline of what needs to be provided. And it does include UPO, but I guess there could be two. That, in comparison, the commercial zone, from what I can see, doesn't seem to have that same format for Area B. Establishment of the O, for example, would be a full discretionary activity. That's one thing I've sort of picked up in terms of how the provisions work, and maybe that's just some drafting work needed to fix that up.
All right, so that's really just a checklist, a bit of a paid memoir for us.
Yeah.
This was produced without the benefit of the other planners seeing your evidence and your zone.
Correct, that's the intention for it, yeah, to sort of fill that gap.
All right, I think we'll just go to questioning, starting with Kit.
Right. Thank you. First question is, what did you do to your precinct plan 11A that made it impossible to print and crash my computer every time I opened it? See, I've got it open now, and
it's doing the same thing to my computer. So
it's 6 megabytes with about 100 layers in it. So
yeah,
the only way I can, yeah.
Sorry, that was drafted by Ignite Architects. So I have to check in with them.
Yeah. Planners, always blaming the architect.
Correct when it loads.
I've converted it to a JPEG and it's got down to 800 kilobytes and it's much more manageable. But I want to know then, what is, if I've got your plan 11A open and I've got Mr. Bonis's 11A open, apart from the way in which each of you have used the legend differently, are there any fundamental indications between the two plans that are different?
So one aspect that is different and is included in the commercial option is a 5-metre setback from property boundaries. My version doesn't include that because we have specific areas for buildings, so I didn't think it was necessary.
Okay.
And the Brown internal road is the other one that I'm aware of.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that. Close it down so I don't.
Just brought the commercial zone precinct up in front of me. I see there is also a main pedestrian and cycle entrance 20-metre minimum width that comes in from the corner of Smart Road and Devon Road, which is on the commercial zone option, which is not included in the Blue Haven option.
Okay.
Those are the key differences.
So I see on your plan you do have a, what's the dots mean? A pedestrian connection. Are you saying that Mr. Bonis's one specifies that in that particular location it has to be a minimum 20-metre width? Is that the difference?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is there any, well, what's your view on that? Ought that connection to be a prescribed width or not?
In my view, the connection is important. Need to do a bit more of a check on the distance between the buildings.
Okay.
Just to make sure that there is 20 metres width there. I'm not sure whether there is.
Okay, well that's another reason where I think we might be might be requiring you guys to go into a room together and try and sort this out a little bit. Okay. The other, I guess, one of the questions that's, and I mean, you guys have been soaking in these provisions for some time now. We've sort of just come up to speed with them in the last few weeks, and so the nuances of them as yet, I suspect we haven't got. So some of my questions might be a bit daft. So I just preface the next questions with that. I guess the big one that's going in my mind at the moment is the relationship between these provisions and the Blue Haven resource consent. And I put this out there because the consent in and of itself authorises what has been granted. And there is case law that I know to the effect that what has been granted is authorised regardless of a subsequent change in a plan, which may provide for additional rules for the activities in that location. So the consent provides, I guess, a force field against any future changes. So with that sort of notion in mind, I come to the question, for example, Rule R44, for example. It says building activities are restricted discretionary where they meet those standards. Now, is it the intention that this rule applies notwithstanding the resource consent, and the intention is that any new buildings on the site would have to now seek a new consent, i.e., will the resource consent be surrendered so that these provisions are effectively the rule book for everything going forward? Or are these provisions only intended to apply to things that are not otherwise authorised by the resource consent, i.e. the resource consent remains intact, and these provisions only apply for things that are different to the resource consent?
Yes, that's my understanding, is that Blue Haven can continue to rely on the granted resource consent, and that these provisions would consider some different hypothetical development. There is also a relevance in terms of whether Blue Haven seek changes to the resource consent under section 127, which may be a possibility. And these provisions will then become a frame of reference for assessment of that, rather than the original council's proposal, which would have been for general industrial, which would have been extremely prohibitive in facilitating any of those changes through a consent variation process.
Phew, okay. Do you think it would be helpful to point that out in these provisions? Because on the face of it, without there being any reference to the resource consent, the average reader of the plan looks at these and goes, this is the rule book for this site, and assumes that everything that is here is what's going to happen, and it's only going to happen within this framework.
So the background on that one is that I did originally have reference to it in the overview statement, and through the planning caucusing, it was agreed that we remove it. So I was of a similar view to you, Mr. Littlejohn, in that it does provide a relevant frame of context for how we've arrived at these provisions. That was subsequently removed. I think the provisions still stand on their own feet. The council is well aware that there is a consent that's been granted, and that's probably going to form part of the background to any future change if we're required. And all that information in the consent, all the traffic assessment, and now some of this economic analysis will be there on council file. forms part of that background.
All right. I think I just need to spend a little bit more time getting my head around them, I think, rather than taking up everyone's time, you educating me about them. Okay. Right, let me just see if I've got any specific questions relating to your evidence. Where are you? Okay, right. Right, let me just look in the main one. Okay. I think you've got off light, Mr. Brophy, with the well, from me anyway. Your evidence is much like Mr. Bonis's. It's all very to the point, and it's really highlighted, and particularly your recent statement, the issues that we've got to work through. I suspect that if I had another few days just to get my head around the provisions a bit better, there'd be lots of little questions, but we don't have that luxury, so it may be that we'll just need to stop it there. And I suspect that if things arise, then we'll be coming back to you potentially to confer with Mr. Bonis maybe and provide us some further advice to assist us. That's my current thing. I don't have anything else in particular. Most of my focus has been on the bigger picture issues that are now pretty clear on and from the questioning of the other witnesses. So thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Jeremy. My experience being a full-time witness is often quite often fill a gap. Many of the questions are obvious through the questioning and the expert in place. So, I do have the line of questioning, so focused on your executive summary. I want to ask you about your fee. So I was thinking about this when you read it out in light of Craig's discussion with us about we have a network of centres. It's important that there's a defined or clear objectives and policies, defined functions, and all the same. Is that something that obviously that was, I think, where Craig was at? You have a centre's policy or approach. It does need to be clarity and policies about the functions, form, and core activities.
Yep, I agree with that, and yeah, would kind of revert to my earlier evidence given, and that what we're looking at here, in my mind, does have a different function and role to the city centre. And I did talk through, all of the amazing civic and community activities and facilities that are located in the city centre, and how that's a real point of difference. Essentially, the Blue Haven site development is a retail commercial centre. It's the key to it, really. But it does sit in a landscape which does have these other cultural and open space outcomes that I think may have been understated a wee bit in the Section 42A report. You know, Ōtiri Pā, when it was designed, so Glenn Skipper essentially designed the Pā, and I worked with him to do that. The aspirations that I understood from Hapu is that that would be a space for community to go there, and you know that would be part of reinstating their tribal identity. So you know there is that side of the development. I know it's not on the development side, but it's in the context of that. So I think they're quite different, and in terms of the network, they all work together to provide a good outcome for the greater district.
Okay, so if I was to add another phrase to the end of your B, and at the end of the sentence, more on what the words down, with clearly defined objectives, policies, and core functions and activities related for each centre, something along those lines. If you agree with that?
Yes, I think that would be workable. And hearing the earlier evidence around the impact of offices was, I think it's important to reflect on what that means for the centre's network, for the hierarchy. And that seemed to be a big driver on getting the city centre moving again, which is quite different to the position we had with Woodhaven. So it has 1,700 of business service activities, which could include offices, but could be other things as well.
That could include more application.
That's right, and that's a hypothetical at this point, so I couldn't really comment on what that would look like, but it would be subject to that further assessment.
Yes. Okay. The next sort of line of questioning is you've got, I think we'll use your markup of the commercial zone chapter as a reference point for the question. We heard from Mr. Thomas, I think there wasn't too much differences, too much additional practice. It's really the changing of activity status and amongst this is what you've done to retrofit your thoughts into Mr. Bonus's commercial zone, main thing.
That's right, yeah, and I guess the list of activities that are allowed in the policy framework. So I tried to bring across the most important aspects of what I've come up with, whilst not completely changing the commercial zone and still allowing it to have the essence of what it had.
But is it fair, this is a reasonably level zone in terms of where activities sit on a discretionary basis, like your funding a lot of things, and Mr. Bonus is saying let's just move the whole dial discretionary, and Mark was saying, well, some of these matters you need to go non-compliant to implement the existing policy. Yes. But that's not as simple as that.
I don't think it was quite that simple. I mean, the non-complying activity status, from what I can see, relates to the economic evidence that planners prepared. So if Mr. Heath was not of that position, and was similar to Mr. Thompson, I don't think he'd be saying non-compliant. The main point of difference with that, and the other point to that, and that I would agree with Mr. Batchelor, and that if we understand the effects, have a good read on them, and in this case, it's traffic and economics, then restricted discretionary is appropriate status. I'm not quite sure what else would need to be plugged into that resource consent that would require any sort of broader assessment or very good understanding of those key drivers.
Not just traffic, though, is it? People.
That's right. It's transport assessment, I guess. It's broader than that, and that's what the provisions are looking to capture in an integrated traffic assessment if the thresholds were exceeded.
The other big difference is the list of that looking at PZP1, page 3 of your markup of commercial zone chapter. You've got 2 to 3 times as many activities as falling zone. Doesn't seem to be focused. Take your sequence of mine, and each seem to really just need a predefined core function. What's missing from here? This industrial, pastoral, primary production, major facilities. So this is a zone that really focuses on everything except for those obvious things that in your CZP3 that aren't bad, or aren't bad. So it looks like a zone that just gone for everything.
Well, it's predominantly retail and commercial is what you can slot all of those individual ones into. The reason I've done that is that's essentially what's essentially the existing environment is.
Not really focused though, is it? If you are looking at commercial, retail, locality.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree. I mean, in my policy provision, I've got there that it's within specified net floor areas, so it does have a relationship to the rules. I'm not sure that Mr. Bonus's version did have that wording. It was more allow, generally speaking. So I'm not sure whether the activities that he had listed is particularly focused either, in that they were completely open in that policy.
How different is this to the policy and the CBD
City centre zone? So allow activities, we've got retail, business service activities, sensitive activities, medical and health, sport and recreation, and multi-purpose. So I think a lot of the activities that I've specified are retail. So you could, a lot of them are within the retail nesting table. I've been specific, as I said, as it relates back to that existing environment, essentially existing environment, to be specific around that we're not picking up other retailing there. There was a few other retail activities that would have been captured if I had to use that general banner.
I had a question about your 5B matters for agreement. This is where you do talk about the train team. I've recalled from that 7 to 4 yesterday about those matters?
That is correct. I think that came through in the more recent evidence. That's correct. My understanding was that Mr. Bonus and I were on the same page with that.
We preface that by there was substantial agreement between planning and this as between you and Mr. Bonus.
Yeah, specifically. We'll record that error there that wait, didn't agree with that.
I think that's everything that I have additional. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Back to
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
That sums up the evidence of Blue Haven. I don't think there's any legal issues that have risen today in terms of the evidence, so I don't need to comment any further.
Nothing further on the reflection with Marco.
No, sir, nothing that arose in terms of legal matters, no.
I think we've heard all the evidence. We had a pretty thorough go at things, and I think just wanted to make sure that you understood that the reason we haven't questioned your planning witnesses as much is really because I think the evidence has anticipated a lot of questions here. Best of the witness in a way. Just to,
They both look exhausted, I think, these two,
yeah.
so.
yeah, it's a big effort. So just really acknowledge everyone's contribution in the hearing. Also, people have travelled and sat through the evidence as we've gone along. Well, look, I do think we're at a time now to move towards where to from here. I have had a brief conference with Commissioner Littlejohn with Kit over lunch, and what we think would be most useful would be that all the commissioners, including David and Antoine Coffin, I see David might be spying in on he's to encourage our commissioners to they've got some spare time to listen in at key times. So I think David might be fine. So look, what we've agreed is in our minute 9 we carved out the strategic direction UFD 16, 17, 18 and 22 to make substantive changes to those, pending further detailed evidence down here. So as the next step, Kevin and I will confer with David and Antoine. We will look to issue some further interim guidance to the parties on those strategic objectives. And the time frame for that, I'm thinking on the way for the next 10 days. We haven't checked diaries or anything with all the commissioners. So that's likely to be in the next 2 or 3 weeks. We will do that. We'll come back in a minute with our initial view is we don't really, I think even though there's been a gulf in the economic evidence, we've certainly thrashed it around that we don't feel there's probably merit in further conferencing on that. Certainly Mr. Thompson's done the work. Explain the error that he's found that, and that's been explained satisfactorily to us. And really he's had the opportunity to go into that if we want to in detail. So I don't think we're likely to.
So sorry, just so I clarify that
We do not need the economists to
confirm further.
further. unless with the proviso that once all the commissions confirm as a collective, we think otherwise, we'll do that in a minute. Meantime. Our minute will almost certainly provide some directions that we want planners to confirm more on visions, and that conferencing would be before the local climate. Yes. So we don't require any either don't require any verbal right of reply today.
Yes, and depending on that direction, there's a number of matters that have arisen through us today that I think the council team would like an opportunity to push back on a little bit.
Yes.
I realise that we might be rehashing something unnecessarily if the minute gives some direction on that. So that's useful for me to understand how that sequence will work.
And I think there's been there's two key things that really underlined through the hearing. The fact that we're definitely dealing with this document, the NPS UD 2020 is all about enabling key policy, key objective, and we've had some good discussions about that today. And so we want to go back and reflect on our decision-making role, even at the strategic objective level in relation to that, those clear national direction and the consequences there. The other thing which really stood out for us today was the mana whenua evidence about the preferences for the area there, which I think was very clear, and I'm sure it will be.
Sorry, Stephen, I'm having a lot of trouble hearing what you've just said, particularly that last piece. Sorry, Commissioner.
Do you want me to
just about the last, no, just the last 30 seconds, you disappeared completely for me.
All right, I'm just saying that the two things that have really come into more sharper focus for us today is the relevance of the NPS UD enabling provisions and around the strategic objectives, the UFD strategic objectives. And the second thing is the context of this location and amongst the cultural sites and values of the hapu. There's a very integrated sort of context between the stream, the power sites, the accessibility, and the activities that are in this area. And I've been reflecting on Craig's thoughts about wider place-based planning. But that's really the two things that have really stood out for us from today. Okay, thank you. One of the things I do like doing is just after making that sort of plan, really getting input from the rest of the team, let's call this a team, on any issues that they'd like to discuss into the next steps. Any comments, questions on our roadmap ahead?
From me, sir, that sounds eminently sensible. The issue around how far we can take the two economists, perhaps adding a third to the mix. And the recommendation that you've made is aligned with what council were thinking and suggesting as well, in terms of perhaps how intractable we might get. Having that information prior to a direction made by the panel, the planners to get together and look at what that means. Although I'm a bit worried that Commissioner Littlejohn suggested that Mr. Brophy and I get a room together, but we'll take it as far as we can. But no, it seems like an eminently sensible way forward.
Yes, sir, I agree.
All right, and Kit, did you have anything to further add?
No, just to say I'm grateful for everyone's input. And it's funny how we started this. Well, I started this going back a year to where this all began, and I must say, got a much clearer picture now about some of the ways we think there can be a lot of benefits for everyone, and it's one of those things that we do need to reflect on with the other two commissioners, given that they're involved at that high level. But no, been very helpful. All the evidence, both for and against, and different, and identifying the differences has been immensely valuable. So just grateful for everyone to do that.
Thank you. Well, look, I think we're now at the end of the session, and it's good time to be able to get the airports and further afield, hopefully.
Thinking about Thailand, is that what you mentioned?
Sri Lanka.
Oh.
Yeah. Interesting place to be going to.
Yes,
Yes, right, but the backstory, which I won't talk about, but yes, so I think in the here to finish, Sarah Marco, if you're there, or
Yep.
yeah, thank you, Sarah.
Boss in the background.
Dion.
O tēnā tātou, maku e whakakapi o tō tātou hui, unuhia. Unuhia i te urutapu nui, kia wātea, kia māmati ngā kau te tina nā te wairua i te aratakatu. Ko ia rā e rongo whakiri ake ki runga, kia wātea, ai rā, kua wātea, hau, pāmarere. Kia pai te rā.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.